Chapter 1764. This was a steel that wasn't formed from natural laws, but rather an ancient object that stood on the path of immortality. They had never seen this type of entity before. Moreover, it was established by Heavenly Emperor Huang, so its influence was just too great. That was a chaotic period of time that couldn't be verified or understood. However, everyone knew that the experts of that period were extremely terrifying, or else how could an immortal artifact like the ancient wasteland tower be left behind? Did Heavenly Emperor Huang achieve immortality? This was a question that left everyone bewildered. That person had previously reached this place, yet the ancient wasteland tower was still left in the mortal realm. Did he succeed? Chi! A string of bloody light erupted. Yi Fan's left rib split open, a bone broken. This was an enormous white tiger claw. The white tiger Taoist attacked him fiercely and accurately. In this place, their attacks didn't stop, moreover becoming even more intense. It was because those who passed this Tao steel might achieve immortality. There were only 2 or 3 spots, so how could they not fight to the death? In reality, not only was Yi Fan injured, everyone's bodies were already covered in blood. After fighting so intensely, they were all riddled with scars, bathed in imperial blood. During the attack just now, the white tiger Taoist turned into his original form. A portion of his enormous tail was broken off, grabbed by Yi Fan, currently using it like a whip. An intense collision sounded. The phoenix wing gilded hoe and beast god collided, immortal light erupting in endless streaks, a rain of blood scattering everywhere. The supreme beings from the immortal tomb fought a great battle against the 10,000 Dragon Emperor. Terrifying auras covered heaven and earth, spreading everywhere. Every single person was covered in blood, their weapons all damaged. Suddenly, in that instant, the 5 archaic emperors seemed to erupt at the same time, rushing murderously towards Yi Fan. Their movements were synchronized, wishing to kill him. It is time. Let's get rid of him first, and then we'll fight over the spots. They felt great restraining fear towards Yi Fan, because he was a present-age supreme being, his blood energy like a sea. He was superior to them, able to fight for a long time, while they couldn't. Their time was limited, and they feared that they might end up helping the divine body Yi Fan for nothing. Yi Fan's hands moved. A wave of resplendent immortal light erupted, blocking in front of him. That type of aura shocked past and present, even making the 5 great supreme beings' expressions change. It was the immortal ascension cauldron. It flew back in reverse. Under Yi Fan's guidance, it protected him. Green multicolored light overflowed into the heavens, immortal Tao laws dancing about, as if it was going to shatter the heavens and 10,000 realms. You've taken advantage of me. The primeval venerables deduced what was going on. The god in the cauldron had transformed into a divine child in its ignorant years. Although it had returned to its original position, it still remembered him. In the past, no one knew that the tool deity of the celestial ascension cauldron was in the hands of Yi Fan. Now, after forging the cauldron, they finally understood. Do you think that you can defeat the 5 of us just because you have a cauldron? What a joke! Even if a venerable sovereign comes back to life, you won't be able to defeat us. With a droning sound, 5 types of supreme grand Tao laws surged out mightily and swept forward, drowning Yi Fan within. The immortal ascension cauldron trembled and radiance poured down. Yi Fan attacked without holding anything back. Pooh! Blood rained down. He was seriously injured. Even though he had the immortal ascension cauldron in hand, he couldn't withstand the combined attack of 5 imperial realm masters. In the present world, who could fight against 5 emperors alone? That wasn't realistic. Unless one became an immortal, they would undoubtedly die if they didn't. The only fortunate thing was that the immortal ascension cauldron was floating above his head. It could weaken his attacks and carry out his defense. Otherwise, Yi Fan wouldn't have much luck and it would be difficult for him to survive. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. The situation wasn't looking good. He had hurried to enter the Immortal Pass, Primal Chaos Cave, and Reincarnation Gate before they closed. He already had this type of understanding. Becoming an immortal was definitely a matter of 9 deaths and 1 life. He had to risk his life. However, those people's alliance was definitely not solid. If there was a chance, they would definitely eliminate their competitors. He didn't hesitate. His body and the immortal ascension cauldron became one. Green multicolored light erupted, rushing towards the path of immortals. There was no path left, so a great golden path was forcibly opened up, piercing through the terrifying barrier. He charged through that monument. Dazzling radiance suddenly appeared in front of him. A vast world was right before his eyes. Could it be that he had become an immortal and entered the immortal domain? The others naturally wouldn't let him ascend to immortality first. They advanced side by side, also rushing in, observing the great world all around. Ancient trees reached into the heavens, great rivers overflowing. This really was a vast world. In addition, there were divine birds flying about, immortal beasts roaring, their steps making the great earth rumble. Did we achieve immortality? The white tiger Taoist cried out loudly. He transformed into his enormous original body. He couldn't help but roar towards the heavens, collapsing a mountain peak under his feet. His terrifying body crushed heaven and earth, the scene incomparably astonishing. Everyone stopped, no longer fighting. Did they achieve immortality just like that? It was too sudden. They had barged into a strange world. Something's wrong, our body's conditions haven't improved. Even though the aura here is many times stronger, it isn't the immortal realm, said the beast god. The others even more so closed their eyes, carefully sensing their surroundings. A moment later, they were disappointed, revealing incomparably sorrowful expressions. This place still isn't the immortal domain, produced by natural laws. Only, it is too real, almost fooling us all. This was a cruel reality. They fought their way in, yet they didn't see the results they hoped for. This wasn't the immortal realm, making them feel despair. In that instant, everyone stopped fighting, forgetting to fight with everything they had, all of them silently deducing. I've deduced it, this place is in front of the immortal realm. We've arrived. Almost at the same time, everyone opened their eyes, divine light erupting from them. Even Yi Fan was no exception. There was a heavenly gate right in front of them. Once they stepped in, they would become immortals. They rushed into the depths of this world together, finally seeing a heavenly gate. Several people tried to break through, but in the end, they all failed. No one could move it. It was like an undying monument, towering at the limits of the world, impossible to open at all. Use the immortal ascension cauldron. Several supreme beings pressed over, having Yi Fan take action. Yi Fan faced them coldly, but he really did take action. He also wanted to see if he could open it. The heavenly gate swayed under rumbling sounds, but it still didn't shatter in the end, failing. There are words that appeared. Requires the sacrifice of an Emperor Dao expert, and only then will this gate open. This is the only path that leads into immortal domain. These were Emperor symbols. Even though they were profound and unfathomable, they couldn't stop them. This made those individuals look at each other in dismay, their eyes erupting with cold light. Otherwise they would have to get rid of at least half of them, and only then would there be enough spots. It seemed like they had to fight with everything they had. When Yi Fan saw those people stare at him again, wishing to use him as a sacrifice, he said with a cold smile, "Everyone, I haven't truly achieved the Tao yet. Are you all not scared of being useless? Moreover, do you all really believe the words engraved on the heavenly gate to be true? Who knows if this isn't the greatest scam since ancient times? Even if it's a scam, now that we've already reached this step, is there still any way out?" The beast deity said, his eyes releasing cold light. They already didn't have a path of retreat, already ascending to the extreme. After this battle, they most likely wouldn't have the ability to step on the immortal path again. Now was the last chance of their lives. Perhaps there were traps ahead, even fake, but they didn't have a choice. As long as there was a trace of hope, they had to advance. Kill! A great battle erupted. Yi Fan was the target they wanted to eliminate, but they all had selfish motives. They understood that he was only achieving the Tao through a different method, fearing that his sacrifice would be useless, so they secretly searched for other targets. This type of battle was mutually restraining, on guard against each other. As a result, the battle was extremely painful. In the end, there were people who ambushed their allies after all, a chaotic battle erupting. The supreme being from Immortal Tomb also became the target. Apart from this, the white tiger Taoist didn't have it easy either, almost coughing out blood. A chaotic battle erupted, heaven and earth collapsing, this world of natural laws almost collapsing. If not for them being so close to the immortal realm, unmatched symbols flickering about, the battlefield and immortal path would have completely disappeared. In the outside world, heavenly punishment sounded. The great cosmos trembled, all types of light flying about. At this moment, all clans knew who was going to achieve the Tao. Everyone saw an enormous golden crow, a strand of imprint gradually merging into the great Tao of heaven and earth. No one could stop it. His Tao fruit had already been formed, forever engraved in this world. After this tribulation, he would inevitably become an unmatched great emperor. The great tribulation continued. In the endless sea of lightning, a golden crow whose entire body seemed to be cast from gold weaved about in the cosmos, attacking the 9 heavens above, exploring the 9 netherworlds below. He was creating a legend of achieving the Tao. Ha ha! On Huasong's star, all of the important figures of the golden crow race were laughing loudly, some even crying. This result shocked them all, moving them to tears. This was a miracle. They thought that the old golden crow had died a long time ago. Who would have thought that he was actually going to become an emperor? The clansmen all thought that the old golden crow was cultivating in isolation. Only they knew that the old ancestor had disappeared for many years. There had been no news of him for a long time, and he had most likely died. However, today he returned powerfully. He's become an emperor. I want to see how that human race's divine body can still act so arrogantly. Indeed, my clan's old ancestor has become a great emperor. As the master of this world, no one can stop him. His blood energy is exuberant, not something those old supreme beings can compare to. Many people from the Golden Crow race were excited while gnashing their teeth. They were full of hatred towards Yi Fan. The other party had killed too many of their race's experts in the past, yet they were powerless to resist. My Golden Crow race's glory will illuminate the endless ages, and no one will be able to resist. The experts from all over the universe were all silent. A Golden Crow great emperor was about to come into being, and the entire universe's situation was about to undergo great changes. I was wondering why a great emperor would suddenly appear and reach this realm without a sound. Turns out it was him. In his first life, he ruled the world and fought until the 9th layer of the quasi-emperor, traversing mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He had long accumulated enough, and this era naturally belongs to him. Sigh. Naturally, there were people who felt regretful. Among them, Yin Tianda, Fire Qilin, Divine Venerable, and Divine Silkworm Taoist were the most regretful. They also had hope, and it wouldn't take too long. Unfortunately, everything was too late. The Golden Crow Great Emperor's rise had cut off their future path. Dong! The sound of the bell lingered. The Golden Crow Great Emperor was refining his own weapon in the lightning tribulation. It was a large golden bell, the same color as his body. It was forged from the Tao Tribulation's gold and was very suitable for him. So powerful. He actually forged his own weapon when becoming an emperor. He even prepared such supreme immortal materials. Everyone sighed in admiration. They knew that the Golden Crow Great Emperor was very bold, or perhaps it could be said that he was very ambitious. In the endless lightning, a large bell took shape. It shone with resplendent golden light and illuminated the 33 layers of heaven. The long bell's fluctuations were heard throughout the universe. The large bell took shape and crossed the tribulation together with him. As long as they could endure it, they would be unrivaled under the heavens. However, the old Golden Crow was also anxious. He had become an emperor and was about to reach the Great Circle, but he also sensed the changes on the path of immortality. He knew that if the Immortal Pass, the Chaos Cave, and the Reincarnation Gate were completely closed, the people of the outside world would no longer have a chance. Becoming an emperor isn't my goal. I also want to become an immortal, to be number 1 throughout the ages. The Golden Crow Great Emperor was determined. He let out a resounding cry that shook the entire universe. He spread his wings for a few days, carrying the large golden bell and endless heavenly tribulation as he charged towards the immortal pass that was about to close. Chapter 1765. In front of the heavenly gate, Yi Fan, the Myriad Dragon Emperor, the White Tiger Taoist, and the others were bathed in blood. The battle had already reached a climax, and every one of them was heavily injured. Their bodies were covered in blood, and even their immortal platforms were cracked. Yi Fan was naturally the focus of attention. Everyone wanted to eliminate him in advance, but with the protection of the immortal ascension cauldron, he never died. In reality, there was another important reason. Yi Fan had a blood pill refined from the body of an ancient supreme being, which was comparable to a divine medicine. If he didn't take it in time, he might really have died long ago. In this intense battle, he was heavily injured several times, but after swallowing the blood pill, he immediately recovered. He was full of energy, giving him a great advantage. Otherwise, he would already be a dead man. No matter how powerful someone was, they couldn't block the repeated attacks of several supreme beings. He came back to life several times, and because of this, he changed the battle situation. Because he almost killed another person, the Supreme Emperor from the Immortal Mausoleum was covered in blood, and the flame of his life was about to extinguish. Because the supreme beings were also plotting against each other, constantly killing each other in the dark, they weren't truly allies. As a result, their own people were also within the range of being killed. Apart from this, the White Tiger Taoist also suffered heavy injuries. And the Heavenly Gate required the sacrifice of a true cultivator, so these two people naturally replaced Yi Fan as the target. The sound of flesh and bones turning into paste and blood splashing could be heard. The supreme being from the Immortal Mausoleum was killed by everyone, and his blood was everywhere. Yi Fan also had a part to play in this. Reality was just this cruel. His allies took action against him, and his enemies also took action against him. In this place, once he weakened, it meant that he would be killed and become everyone's target. Survival of the fittest, the strong preying on the weak. At this moment, it was truly an indescribable irony. Boom! Large amounts of flesh and blood flew up together, landing on that immortal gate, causing it to shine brilliantly, a crack vaguely appearing. Seeing this, everyone took advantage of this opportunity to attack the heavenly gate together, hoping to open it and fly in. At this time, the immortal ascension cauldron was also smashing on its own. It didn't need anyone's sacrifice, it wanted to destroy this heavenly gate, proving an undying world, and see what exactly was in that world. Unfortunately, that crack was extremely bright, continuously releasing dense immortal light, but it just couldn't be opened. There were some who wanted to turn into a streak of light and enter, but they suffered serious injuries. Changing their bodies was useless, unable to pass through that gate. There were formless natural laws suppressing it. It's still not enough, we have to sacrifice another person who achieved Tao, the 10,000 Dragons Emperor said. Everyone's gazes were fixed on Yi Fan and White Tiger Taoist. The two of them were the best targets. If the two of them died, then the remaining three could become immortals. White Tiger Taoist laughed bitterly. He knew that he was in more danger than Yi Fan because he was old and frail. After fighting for so long, he was about to withdraw from his strongest domain. It would be difficult for him to hold on for long. Fellow Taoists, we've worked hard for our entire lives, but what if it's all for naught in the end? Our performance today is even worse than that of a mortal? How ironic! The beast god was dismayed. Because we no longer have a chance. In this life, we can only carry out this final struggle. Some people are quite patient. It seems like they've made up their minds not to come out in this life, still choosing to remain silent. The 10,000 Dragons Emperor revealed a bleak sigh as he gazed in the Big Dipper's direction. This made Yi Fan's heart tremble. There were still ancient emperors who hadn't appeared, not appearing yet, the forbidden region still unending. This made one's blood run cold. What were those people waiting for? Were they still not going to acknowledge this life? Hong Long Glong. The heavenly tribulation was deafening. A great explosion sounded from behind. A streak of golden light tore through eternity, making every single supreme being's heart jump. How daring, actually daring to come here. You've only just become an emperor, not even at the consummate level, yet you dare enter the immortal path, ruining our important matters. You are courting death. The supreme being's reactions were all different. Their words were extremely blunt, but immediately afterwards, their expressions all changed. The Golden Crow Great Emperor didn't enter at the end of the tribulation, but rather forcefully barged through the blazing heavenly punishment. It was extremely terrifying, perhaps even able to injure them. The Great Tribulation rumbled, extremely vast, making their hearts tremble. Their bodies couldn't help but resonate, about to enter the heavenly punishment. This was a terrifying great disaster. Even though they felt resentment inside, they had no choice but to avoid the brunt of the attack. They felt a sense of alarm, or else they really might fail miserably. Endless divine tribulation spread out, drowning out this place, boundless and without limit. Even the immortal path behind them shattered. It was just too terrifying. Everyone here, apart from Yi Fan, had all previously experienced this type of terrifying great tribulation. When they entered, it was fine if they didn't resist, but once they did, they might once again experience the feeling of crossing tribulation when they were young. However, they were already old. Even if they advanced, in the most powerful domain, they still couldn't endure that type of great tribulation again. It was because that would continue for an extremely long time, exhausting the last of their strength. Even though they were furious berating it, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This golden crow really knew how to scheme, choosing this time to enter truly making them unable to endure it. No one had thought that a golden crow would change everything here. The golden crow great emperor was full of ambition. He was unwilling to let the immortal path be sealed and become an outsider, so he rushed over before he had completely succeeded. He didn't stop for a moment, spreading his wings and striking the heavenly gate, displaying a power that shocked everyone present. Blood chi surged into the sky. Even though the golden crow great emperor had also suffered serious injuries in the lightning tribulation and was covered in blood, his fighting spirit was unparalleled. He used all his strength to strike the gate. The most terrifying thing was that endless heavenly tribulation descended, all smashing onto the immortal gate. It was incomparably violent, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. At this moment, everyone was covered in blood, passively enduring the lightning strikes. They wanted to resist, but they were afraid of crossing the tribulation, and it would be too unbearable if they didn't. Yi Fan decisively retreated with the green cauldron, leaving this place. However, this heavenly tribulation was too vast. During this process, he was continuously struck. This made him smile bitterly. In the past, he had used this method to attack great enemies from above and suppress them from below. He never thought that there would be a day when someone would also use this method to deal with him. Even though he had never feared the sea of lightning in the past, using the heavenly lightning to temper his body, he had no choice but to temporarily avoid it now. It was because this was a great emperor tribulation, the most terrifying lightning in the world. If he drew the flames to himself, it would be extremely bad. He still wanted to fight for the immortal path, so he didn't have time to deal with these things. The other supreme beings also retreated, arriving at the border of this fake immortal domain. Fortunately, this place was vast enough, comparable to a vast star system. They watched coldly from the sidelines. In the process of retreating, everyone was struck by lightning. Their faces were covered in dirt, and some even had their skin torn open, dripping with blood. This was because they didn't resist with all their strength, fearing that they would attract the heavenly tribulation. The golden crow great emperor let out a long cry, resonating with this world. He was like an immortal king, golden light shining endlessly. He attacked the heavenly gate many times, using the great tribulation to attack. Amidst rumbling sounds, the crack in the immortal gate widened a little, but it didn't shake in the end. Dang! The great bell rang out in a long and drawn-out manner. The golden crow divine bell forged from Tao tribulation gold began to burn. Tao ripples rushed out, passing through the crack, about to enter immortal domain. Overestimating your own abilities, not even truly reaching the consummate level, yet you already vainly wish to achieve immortality. I believe you won't even know how you died. The supreme beings sneered. The golden crow great emperor came just in time. They prepared to sacrifice him alive. Everyone, including Yi Fan, prepared to take action, using forbidden methods to kill the old golden crow in front of the heavenly gate and carry out a blood sacrifice. However, those who became emperors were all intelligent, especially now that he obtained the acknowledgement of heaven and earth. The golden crow great emperor's entire body was cleansed by the Tao, instantly understanding that he couldn't achieve immortality. Moreover, if they continued to delay, there would definitely be a great disaster. He carried the endless great tribulation, turning around and returning. Kill! The great supreme beings took action, but their expressions also changed. The endless heavenly tribulation arrived, drowning them out again. Under the brilliant radiance, an intense great battle erupted here. The supreme beings were a bit gloomy, not daring to attack with full force out of fear of the divine tribulation descending upon them. However, despite this being the case, this place still erupted, fighting until heaven and earth collapsed. Pooh! The golden crow great emperor exploded, his entire body covered in blood, golden feathers flying everywhere. However, he quickly reassembled his body, releasing a mournful cry, rushing outwards. Dang! The great golden bell swayed, and then it exploded with a hong-long sound. His Tao artifact had just been born, yet it was directly shattered, turning into golden fragments that filled the sky. The Golden Crow Great Emperor's blood splashed onto the heavenly gate, making that place rumble. The crack became larger again, as if it was going to open. The fiend race Great Emperor roared angrily. Wind and lightning raged. Chaotic lightning radiance erupted. He didn't hesitate to incur a destructive disaster, guiding the Great Tribulation to descend, hacking towards everyone. It had to be said that this truly made others feel restraining fear. However, what kind of people were these supreme beings? They all came from this step as well. They used forbidden secret techniques, launching attacks again. Even though the Golden Crow Great Emperor fled into the distance, his body continuously exploded 3 times, each time collapsing after reassembling. Blood dyed this place red, but he still managed to escape with the Great Bell fragments. He was lucky to survive, but he might not be able to reach perfection. His current state isn't good, but he asked for it. He hasn't even reached perfection, yet he dares to compete with us. His ambitions are too great. The people behind all sneered. Suddenly, the myriad Dragon Emperor's expression changed. He discovered that there was blood at the corner of Taoist White Tiger's mouth, revealing a satisfied expression. Not only was the Golden Crow Great Emperor's blood sacrificed on the heavenly gate, but a portion was also devoured by Taoist White Tiger. He was the closest just now, so he obtained this opportunity. Originally, he was one of everyone's hunting targets, and he was already extremely weak. In the end, after replenishing his essence blood, he actually recovered more than half of his strength. You all saw it too. That Golden Crow isn't considered perfect, but his blood is also useful, widening the opening of the heavenly gate quite a bit. Why don't we calm down and send the divine body on its way first? The beast god suggested. I have no objections. Taoist White Tiger nodded. After drinking the blood, he gained confidence and had long since calmed down. He was no longer afraid. Then it's settled. We'll get rid of him first. Before that, we're not allowed to attack each other. This time, we have to abide by the agreement, said the myriad Dragon Emperor. The purple gold emperor weapon above his head flickered with terrifying light. Human race's divine body, we want you to help us open this gate. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The phoenix-winged golden centipede flickered with scarlet light and let out a merciless roar. The 4 supreme beings cut off the path to immortality and blocked Yifan there. Each of them revealed their killing intent, and they wanted him to attack the heavenly gate. Otherwise they would kill him together. Yifan's eyes flickered, and with a wave of his hand, that green copper cauldron descended and appeared in his palm. It was sparkling and translucent, and it shone with auspicious light. Boom! Suddenly, before Yifan could do anything, the heavenly gate behind him slowly opened, revealing a bizarre and dazzling immortal world. Chapter 1766. The heavenly gate opened, a boundless world appearing. Was that immortal domain? The mountain peaks were boundless, as tall as the heavens. Divine vines and immortal trees grew, giving off an ancient feeling, as if they had already grown for millions of years. However, why was there a layer of mist pervading the air? It seemed extremely far away. Everyone wanted to see through it, but it was too vague, impossible for them to understand. A resplendent rain of light poured over, as if divine flowers were blooming one after another, resplendent and fervent. The radiance illuminated the endless ages, crossing over the entire history of creatures. Is this really immortal domain? In that instant, there were ancient supreme beings whose voices were trembling. After hiding for millions of years, did they finally see immortal domain? It left everyone pleasantly surprised and alarmed, feeling like this wasn't real. Is this immortal domain the place we all dream of entering? 10,000 Dragon Emperor said. Supreme beings had also been young before, also like Yifan, blood energy surging like a sea, standing at the very peak of their eras, revered by all life, lofty sentiments endless, looking down on the 9 heavens 10 earths. They had dreams, passions, grand ambitions, but all of this was ultimately erased on the path of immortality, giving up and letting go of too much. Their loved ones, friends, beauties. They all left them one after another, turning into yellow earth. Only they themselves, for the sake of survival, did everything fair or foul, living with great difficulty, enduring torment. What was the reason? It was all for this moment, to ascend to immortal domain, truly achieve immortality. Now, the time had come, their dreams becoming reality. Why did their eyes become blurry? There were tears that scattered down. Daughter! 10,000 Dragon Emperor released a heart-tearing, lung-splitting roar. He looked towards immortal domain, and then suddenly stared at Yi Fan, killing intent overflowing into the heavens. For the sake of achieving immortality, he gave up everything, including Dragon Girl. When she died, they were all asleep, unknowingly accumulating power. Now when he looked back, he felt endless pain. Ha ha! White Tiger Taoist roared with laughter, almost going mad. His head of snow-white hair was like a mess. In the end, even tears came out from his eyes. How many old brothers, how many companions had previously fought alongside him, risking life and limb with him? In the end he succeeded, while those closest to him had long become withered bones, lying on that path of death. He ascended to the peak, yet there was no one to accompany him in this dazzling scenery. At this moment, why do I feel so disappointed, even feeling a bit of pain? Another supreme being released a long, bleak sigh. He was clearly standing at the most glorious peak, but he lacked the people of the past. He was lonely and independent, without kinship, friendship, and love. He only had a few opponents left. Could it be that the most important thing is the journey? At the instant my wish is fulfilled, there's only the loneliness of eternity left. I'm unwilling to accept this. I yearn to share glory with all of you. I wonder if time can turn back again. I want to bring all of you here, to enter the immortal realms with me. Boom! A muffled thunderous noise woke everyone up. The immortal ascension cauldron flew out, wishing to smash into immortal domain, but in the end suffered a heavy blow. There were immortal Tao symbols flickering about that entrance. Ha! What happened? The few of them were shocked. The immortal ascension cauldron was stuck in front of the heavenly gate, unable to advance or retreat. It violently trembled, symbols about to be engraved on it one after another, changing all of the divine chains of natural laws within the cauldron's walls. Is this the baptism of immortal ascension? Stop it! Several supreme beings roared. This was achieving immortality. The rain of light was endless, all of it entering the green copper cauldron, making it look more and more divine. Many symbols were engraved on the cauldron walls, wishing to make it transform and sublimate. Several great supreme beings slaughtered their way over, wishing to stop all of this. It was because the number of immortal ascension spots was limited. If the green copper cauldron occupied a spot, then they would lose a bit of hope. At this time, not even Yi Fan was their greatest enemy. Blazing light rushed over, all of it striking the cauldron. Several individuals joined hands, wishing to shatter it. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't watch with folded arms. Forget about everything else, just from his relationship with the divine child. He couldn't just watch as the forbidden secret methods were displayed, killing those great supreme beings. This place immediately became chaotic, a chaotic battle erupting. Divine techniques flew about, natural laws covering everything densely, interweaving streak after streak, forming a brilliant web of light. Am I destined to become an artifact? I don't want to go in like this. Help me break free. Suddenly, a divine will transmitted from the immortal ascension cauldron, directly entering Yi Fan's sea of consciousness. At this crucial moment, the will in the green copper cauldron was full of unwillingness and unyielding, wishing to transcend. It wasn't willing to just be a weapon. The green copper cauldron was struck out by those supreme beings, difficult for it to remain for a long time. Roar! A white tiger rushed over, entering the heavenly gate, replacing the green copper cauldron. In the end the same thing happened, stuck there. Immortal Tao symbols flickered, entering his body. This was a type of bitter pain, actually about to erase his original great Tao, the order of another realm about to replace it. However, how could the Tao of a great emperor be destroyed just like that? It was an intense confrontation. All of the white tiger Taoist's flesh exploded, symbols flickering. He almost exploded on the spot. This was a type of painful transformation, making one's blood run cold. It was as if he was going to be crushed and then reconstructed. An endless rain of light rushed out, entering the white tiger's body, as well as the flesh of Yi Fan and those supreme beings, incomparably pure and holy. Yi Fan had a type of realization. It was just like what he thought when he established the Tao back then. When he broke free from the original universe, everything would no longer exist. Meanwhile, would the past laws and Tao still hold? Now it did. Everything was going to be erased. This was a type of terrifying great tribulation. No one knew if the transformation would succeed. Wenglong, the beast god, Blood Phoenix Mountain Supreme Being, and 10,000 Dragon Emperor took action together, not wishing for the white tiger to achieve immortality and unleash the most terrifying attack. Pooh! The giant white tiger exploded, its entire body covered in blood. Then, it rushed back, reconstructing its body in the distance, full of hatred and anger. It was interrupted like this, leaving him furious and helpless. He couldn't change this reality. Transformation needed time, but no one gave him the chance. Just like that, 10,000 Dragon Emperor, as well as the Phoenix-winged Golden Ho Supreme Being from Blood Phoenix Mountain entered the Heavenly Gate one after another. But in the end, they were all blasted out by others. If they wanted to enter and transform, this process needed time. There was no way at all. No one was willing to let others achieve immortality first, so these individuals were stuck at the Heavenly Gate. Only Yi Fan didn't try, staying together with the Immortal Ascension Cauldron, hoping to find another way to break through. He wasn't willing to achieve immortality alone, because there were too many things he was worried about in this world. Meanwhile, these supreme beings had long abandoned everything. They only had a single goal in this life, and that was to enter immortal domain themselves. I suspect that this type of baptism will bring about inestimable changes. After all, it is to erase all traces of our imperial Tao. If there are any changes, our entire life's cultivation will go up in smoke. The beast god frowned. Wu, I suggest that we let one person enter first, see what kind of changes will happen to him, and then stop him at the final moment. The white tiger Taoist said, staring at Yi Fan. Those individuals immediately understood his intentions. They were going to use Yi Fan as an experimental subject. For the sake of safety, they definitely had to do this. Yi Fan was an expert of this level, destined to be a threat. Using his Heaven Sacrifice Gate might be the best choice. The four of them surrounded him together. Do you think you can make me stay just because you all want to? Yi Fan laughed coldly. He held the Immortal Ascension Cauldron in his hand, taking millions and millions of steps with each step, hiding into the distance. Then, he took another step, unexpectedly leaving into the distance without even turning his head back. He was going to rush out of the immortal path and enter the original great cosmos world, abandoning everything here. Those individuals were stupefied. They then gave each other a look. Chase, leaving him behind will definitely be a disaster. Moreover, I truly feel that only an Emperor Tao expert can be at ease as an experimental subject, or else I will always feel apprehensive. Makes sense. If our Imperial Tao foundations are erased, yet we still can't achieve immortality, then wouldn't that be the most laughable and tragic conclusion? The immortal path was greatly shaken. Everyone slaughtered their way out, chasing after Yi Fan together. It was incredibly intense, divine light illuminating the starry sea. Within the mortal realm, everyone was shaken, all of them stupefied. What happened? Supreme beings clearly fought their way into the immortal path, so why did they slaughter their way out? Could it be that the darkness chaos happened again? When they thought of this possibility, everyone's faces became pale, lacking the slightest bit of color. If this was the case, then this really was a world-ending battle. Bitter slaughter, Emperor blood illuminating the starry sky. Yi Fan, do you think you can escape? The universe is boundless. There is no place for you. Hurry up and step on the immortal path with us. The beast god shouted. The people of the world didn't understand why he said this. Immortal ascension was a good thing, so why did the sacred body Yi Fan withdraw, even making several ancient sovereigns chase after him? There was definitely a great secret. Kill. Everyone slaughtered their way forward. Yi Fan's feet moved with the rose symbol art, breaking through the starry river, about to disappear in the blink of an eye. Even the ancient sovereigns couldn't catch up to him in terms of speed. Do you think you can escape? The white tiger Taoist sat down and began to make deductions. The 10,000 Dragon Emperor's eyes were ice-cold and ruthless. He can escape, but it won't be easy to catch him. However, he still has family and friends. Let's capture them one by one and see if he will turn back. These cruel words were cold enough to freeze the cosmos. They weren't just talking. They actually sat down together and began to make deductions together. Symbols flew up one after another, illuminating the cosmos, resplendent and intimidating. And Yi Fan was shocked. 4 supreme beings joined hands, making a shadow appear in his heart. He quickly flew towards a certain region. I feel like he left behind a few imprints in this cosmos, establishing a few primal chaos realms. It's quite secretive. I found one. Let's lock onto it together, we can find it. Yi Fan stood under the starry sky, paying close attention and preparing to fight a bloody battle. Suddenly, a primal chaos world exploded. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, countless casualties. Several supreme beings were like demon kings, trampling this space apart. The Black Emperor, Dongfang Yi, Little Purple and the others fell out. They were all incredibly bewildered, and then they began to tremble because the blood energy of supreme beings covered the skies. You all are courting death. Yi Fan roared. He sensed the abnormality, immediately arriving at the scene, standing in front of everyone. Big brother! The little girl cried out from the back. No one expected that a supreme being would slaughter his way here. A gargantuan crisis descended. It's all my fault. The immortal ascension cauldron blamed itself. It knew that when it was reforming, the divine child was summoned away, leaving behind an opening when he broke through this primal chaos world. That was why the supreme beings found it now. Why aren't you running anymore? The white tiger Taoist laughed coldly. You killed my daughter, slaughtered my clansmen, do you still have a day like this? We'll settle this together, wipe out 10 of your clans. The 10,000 Dragon Emperor's voice was deep and cold. With a pu sound, the heavenly soldiers and generals in front of him were trampled into bloody paste. With his strength, any random movement could destroy a star domain. He purposely did this, wantonly displaying his might. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them. The people I kill all have reasons to die, while you all, for your own selfish desires, for the sake of immortality, trample on all living things. In my opinion, none of you will become immortals in this world, all of you dreaming of breaking heaven's gates, forever having no fate with it. Yi Fan shouted, standing in front of him. Meanwhile, the immortal ascension cauldron and all life source energy cauldron quickly collected people, protecting a group of old friends. Big brother, I will fight shoulder to shoulder with you. The little girl walked up. Even though her little face was full of childishness, she was extremely serious. Chapter 1767. All of the supreme beings' expressions changed. They stared at the little girl, all of them seeing that she was extraordinary. This was an unmatched great emperor's Tao fruit. Hang! Someone released a cold snort, pressing forward. The great supreme beings trampled through this realm. In the end, there were still quite a few heavenly soldiers and generals that landed near them. Right now, the 4 of them were extremely ruthless, raising their hands and grabbing forward. They were establishing their might. Even though they saw the little girl, even though Yi Fan was blocking in front of them, they still took action. Pooh! Bloody light erupted, lives howling in grief. These individuals cruelly crushed over 100 heavenly soldiers and generals in front of Yi Fan's face. Blood surged high into the air, the blood-soaked white bones turning into ashes, the scene too horrible to endure. Yi Fan couldn't save these people. They were too far away, right in front of those individuals. He could only watch as their souls scattered. Killing intent surged in his eyes, clenching his fists tightly. Even though most of the troops were protected by Yi Fan into the cauldron, this type of tragedy still happened. Over 100 heavenly soldiers and generals died miserably, making a raging flame burn within him. You all are bad people. The little girl pointed forward with her fine and elegant finger. Even though her large eyes were flickering, she also seemed extremely angry and emotional. Those heavenly soldiers and generals were all big brothers for her, extremely familiar with them. They died just like that, making the little fella furious. There is no need for the little girl to fight. Yi Fan gently rubbed her head, putting her into the immortal ascension cauldron as well. The little girl was strong, but when facing so many supreme beings, there was a chance that she would be in danger. Shwa! Yi Fan brought everyone away, not fighting an intense battle with them. Where do you think you are going? The 4 great supreme beings roared. They chased downwards, using everything they had to lock onto a strand of Yi Fan's imprint, wishing to kill Yi Fan. Just like that, they crossed large amounts of starry seas, entering countless star systems, causing great destruction. In the end, Yi Fan stopped. He faced the immortal ascension cauldron and said, "You leave." He released a divine will, telling it a set of coordinates, having it seal everyone into another primal chaos realm to carry out hibernation. Meanwhile, he himself stopped, stopping the four great supreme beings, cutting off their path forward. "Oh, it's good that you stopped. Follow us to the immortal's path. Otherwise, if we chase after that cauldron now, it won't be able to hide. What's there to say? Kill them all. Drag them onto the path of immortal ascension, and use their blood to enlighten them." The 10,000 Dragons Emperor was the most heartless of all. His daughter had died in the hands of Yi Fan. If not for the sake of becoming an immortal, he would have made his move long ago. Now that there was a chance, how could he let it go? "I'll go with you to the path of immortalization," Yi Fan said calmly. He believed that as long as the immortal ascension cauldron entered the primal chaos realm this time, it wouldn't leave behind any traces of flaws. It was because it had already reconstructed itself, no longer the divine child of the past. Now, all they needed was time. They couldn't let the four great supremes continue their pursuit. Seeing that the Dragon Emperor was still determined to kill, the remaining three stopped him. Not allowing him to act on his emotions, they surrounded Yi Fan and forced him to step onto the immortal path. "Oh, where did that golden crow go? It would be even better if we could capture it as well." He should have finished crossing the tribulation. He must have gone into hiding after being seriously injured. He only left a portion of his imprint in this cosmos. This great emperor of his is a bit flawed and can't be considered complete. Heh! The Immortal Pass, Primal Chaos Cave, and Reincarnation Gate hadn't closed yet they were forced in again. They stood in front of the Heavenly Gate and wanted to force Yi Fan inside. They wanted to see the results. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. There were people in the Immortal Gate who were currently transforming and breaking through. It's two people. One was a monk with a kind expression and dignified appearance. The other was an elder who was transcendent and otherworldly. He gave off a type of inaction and natural feeling. Yi Fan was shocked. He recognized these two. One was the Sakyamuni Buddha, and the other was the old man. During the darkness chaos back then, these two people also participated in the battle. However, they didn't fight in close combat, but only used techniques from a distance. Towards these two deities, he felt extremely complicated emotions. He had always wanted to find them and had many questions he wanted to ask them. However, now that he himself was in the Supreme Being realm, he discovered that he no longer had to meet them. Moreover, the original hope, reverence and other things had long disappeared. "You all really are quite fast, wishing to seize this chance to rush into immortal domain. Aren't you all a bit too optimistic?" One of the four took action, about to kill them. The Sakyamuni Buddha and the old man coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, their bodies shining. They were stuck there, only able to passively deal with the situation. "Wu, don't be in such a rush. Let's take a look first. They are just starting to transform. Isn't this the result we were hoping to see? It's fine as long as we stop them at the crucial moment." The White Tiger Taoist sneered. Those two entered at the same time. Right now, all of their bones were shattering, flesh destroyed and reconstructed. Their Tao foundation was being destroyed, and mysterious symbols were pouring in. "Wu, the Tao traces are about to be erased. Could it be that what replaced them is the immortal Tao foundation?" The four great supreme beings all watched in shock. Even Yi Fan's eyes revealed a strange light. "We shouldn't accidentally let them achieve immortality. At that time, it will be a great disaster for us." "That won't happen. Even though there are mysterious symbols pouring in, I don't feel like they are becoming stronger." In front of the Heavenly Gate, several people were carefully observing. They wanted to comprehend the final secrets of becoming immortals. "Wu, these two's origins aren't small. I almost made an error in judgment. I feel like they are a bit familiar. One is the corpse of the celestial being revived, and he almost achieved the Tao in a different way. He is the moral celestial being of the mythological era." When the beast deity spoke this name, everyone's eyes erupted with radiance. Yi Fan was speechless after hearing this. It really was like this. His previous speculation had come true. The old man was once an ancient celestial being, and he could be called a Tao sovereign. The Tao scripture might have been left behind by him. This monk's flesh is that of a present-world person, but his divine sense is a bit strange. It is as if it was born from some type of mental power. The Dragon Emperor frowned. He is half an Amitabha Buddha, the White Tiger Taoist suddenly said. His eyes erupted with radiance as he stared at the Sakyamuni Buddha. Everyone knew that the Buddhist divine abilities were unrivaled. There were many secret methods, and the use of mental power in particular had long reached the pinnacle of perfection. There had been rumors that the Amitabha Buddha had never truly died. His divine will lived in the hearts of all living beings, and one day, he would reunite and reappear in this world. He only gathered half of it, and he broke free from the past. It can be called the Amitabha Buddha's reincarnation, and it can also be said to be his demonic shell. Where is the other half? The great Supreme Being's words were universally shocking. It was because they were too powerful, and because they understood enough, they immediately made this type of deduction. Yi Fan was speechless. Only today did he completely understand the origins of these two legendary ancients. The immortal laws have begun to erase their great emperor's traces. The two of them both encountered unimaginable disasters. The old man's flesh was destroyed, and the Sakyamuni primordial spirit was almost extinguished. This made the Supreme Being's blood run cold. However, there were new symbols that were replenished, and as much as they were extinguished would be reignited. However, no matter how they looked at it, it was a bit strange. The Amitabha Buddha's will and the Tao Sovereign's flesh are both going to be baptized? There won't be any great emperor's traces left behind. Those individuals sighed with astonishment. When they thought about themselves, wouldn't they suffer a double baptism? Their cultivation would be completely lost. Replenishing immortal domain's natural law divine traces left them worried. Their transformations should stop here. Don't let them truly achieve immortality. It was because at this time, everyone discovered that the two of them were becoming more and more resplendent, as if they were going to burn. They shed their mortal bodies and exchanged their bones, undergoing intense transformations. In addition, they released a type of supreme aura. This was a disaster. The two of them were blasted out, their bodies covered in blood, almost blasted to pieces. Even though Yi Fan tried to stop them, wishing to lend them a helping hand, he still failed, forced out. The two of them suffered serious injuries, almost completely erased. Kacha! After the two of them reassembled, they actually broke apart many times. This world didn't seem to accept them. The immortal domain natural laws that were replenished useless in this world. What is going on? They seem to have suffered serious injuries because of this. The great Supreme Beings were alarmed, feeling more and more reverence towards Heaven Gate. Chi! The Sakyamuni and the old man chose to temporarily join hands, the two of them holding hands. One's divine will was overturned, the other's flesh seriously injured. Only by joining hands like this could they display the power of a single person. Even though they suffered a disaster, they were still extremely calm, not saying a single word, not saying much. Something is strange. Why is immortality a bit terrifying? Could it be that once one crosses it, they will never be accepted by the original world? The Beast Emperor's eyes were cold. He felt like something wasn't right. Human race's sacred body. It is your turn now. Go and achieve immortality. The White Tiger Taoist pointed, forcing him in, wishing to continue observing. It was because the Sakyamuni duo's changes were too strange, a bit alarming. You all aren't scared that I might accidentally achieve immortality, and then destroy this gate in another realm, destroying all of your hopes? A hint of ridicule appeared on the corners of Yi Fan's lips. Sigh. When it heard these words, the phoenix wing gilded hoe released a light sigh, not replying. Instead, it looked through the endless void, wishing to see through Big Dipper's great restricted regions. They actually haven't come yet. Could it be that they still don't believe us? We wish to use the sacred body as an experiment, yet they think we are also experimental subjects? The Beast Emperor frowned. We can't care so much anymore. How will we know if we don't try? We already don't have much time, the Dragon Emperor shouted, wanting to force Yi Fan in. Yi Fan was naturally unyielding. A great battle began. Laozi and Sakyamuni also joined in, causing this place to immediately erupt. Blood splattered everywhere, and countless immortal lights danced about. Boom! The immortal ascension cauldron smashed over, returning once again. Father, we've come to help you. Little Violet actually came as well. Not only her, But Ziyue also came. The two of them had special constitutions, and with the help of the immortal ascension cauldron, they arrived in front of Yi Fan and entered his phenomenon. They immediately mobilized all the light and essence energy in the world to replenish Yi Fan's needs. Their bloodlines were too special. One was a Yuan spiritual body, while the other was a Yuan spiritual sacred body. The source of all living things was connected to them, forming a kind of bridge that allowed Yi Fan to communicate with the source. At this moment, with the immortal ascension cauldron in hand, Yi Fan was actually about to successfully counterattack and escape from this place. Blood splattered everywhere, and the battle was incomparably intense. Little Violet and her mother hid in the immortal ascension cauldron, while the cauldron floated within Yi Fan's phenomenon, drawing upon the source of all living things and releasing immortal Tao law fragments to protect and help Yi Fan. The situation was turning for the better, and Laozi and Sakyamuni were also fighting. However, something shocking happened again. The auras of two primordial beasts covered the sky and earth. Another two supreme beings had appeared, and together with the beast god and the others, they blocked Yi Fan, wanting to force him into the path of immortals. You two go in. Yi Fan suddenly made such a decision, and let Ziyue and his daughter enter the heavenly gate. Yi Fan. Ziyue called softly. When Yi Fan came alone, she knew that he was most likely in danger, and she wanted to live and die with him. But her daughter was also unwilling to leave. Were they finally going to face this situation now? There won't be any danger. You two go in. Yi Fan's tone was firm. He directly flipped the cauldron and pushed the two into the heavenly gate. Ha! How could this be? Almost at the same time, everyone was shocked. The mother-daughter pair seemed to have expended almost no effort. Runes flickered all over their bodies, and they stepped through the heavenly gate, walking into the immortal domain. What? Why is it like this? Could it be because they haven't become emperors and don't have the foundation of the imperial Tao, so they don't need to be killed? The white tiger Taoist went crazy. Impossible. They haven't become emperors, yet they aren't restricted. Have they become immortals? I can't accept this. The Beast Emperor roared. Chapter 1768. The two girls became immortals, entering the immortal realm. This made the supreme beings go mad with hatred. How could it be like this? How could people who hadn't become emperors pass so easily? They were naturally unwilling, frantically taking action, wanting to fight their way in, even wanting to kill the mother and daughter pair through the heavenly gate. Unfortunately, it was useless. None of the natural laws could pass through the heavenly gate. They would be baptized, broken down and reconstructed. Yeezy! Ziyue cried out, wanting to rush back. She didn't want to become an immortal, only wanting to be together with Yi Fan. She knew that it would be difficult for Yi Fan to enter. Forcefully passing through would put her life in danger. Why could those with weaker cultivations pass through, while those with stronger cultivations had to suffer so much? No one could understand. Father! Little Purple also cried out, rushing back with Ziyue, but they were stopped by the rain of light. They began to shine from head to toe, quickly completing a baptism. They were holy and pure, unable to pass through. The heavenly gate became unstable, actually showing signs of collapse. This made everyone anxious. 2 or 3 people could become immortals in one world. This was like a demonic curse resounding in everyone's hearts, making the supreme beings nervous and anxious, feeling extremely uneasy. No matter how they attacked, they just couldn't pass through. If they wanted to become immortals and cross the heavenly gate, they had to accept the baptism. A great battle couldn't be avoided. Yi Fan wanted to see his wife and daughter one last time, but he suddenly felt a wave of sadness. This was actually going to be an eternal farewell. It was too sudden. Everything today was not up to him. He was forced to this step. Becoming an immortal was originally a beautiful wish, and now it came true. However, he had to be separated from his wife and daughter in 2 worlds. Not a bit of beauty or auspiciousness at all. It only made him feel a wave of coldness. His mind becoming unstable, a wave of uncontrollable sorrow surging out. Father, we want to be together with you. Little Purple cried out, but she couldn't pass through that gate, blocked by the rain of light. Their transformation was complete. Yi Fan. Ziyue reached out her hands, her eyes full of tears. How could they separate so suddenly? They only came to help out, yet they became immortals just like that. If they had a choice, they wouldn't be willing to become immortals at all. This was a type of great grief. They would never be able to meet Yifan again. Ah! The great supreme beings roared out. They felt even more pain inside. They waited for endless ages. Yet this was the result? Sovereign Dao sovereigns could not become immortals. Yet two mortals in their eyes had taken that step. The unstable gate of heaven was shaken by the attack, but it was still difficult to open it. The supreme being was sad and helpless. She had schemed for her whole life and used all kinds of means to survive until now, but she was left with regrets. She watched the fireworks of a prosperous era, but in the end, it was all empty. Kill! The few of them charged forward with all their might. Yifan also wanted to gaze at his wife and daughter for a moment longer, but the four venerables were in the way. This battle was unavoidable, and it was even more intense than before. Unfortunately, there was no result in the end. Seeing that the gate of heaven was unstable, they became even more anxious. One more spot. The White Tiger Taoist, the Beast Emperor, and the others rushed forward together, wanting to fight their way in. They blocked the heavenly gate together, neither going up nor down, and were stuck there. Boundless light of the Tao rushed over. Yifan took action coldly, slapping forward with the immortal ascension cauldron. As a result, the four of them cried out loudly, attacking again. They were full of hatred, grief, and madness. At this critical juncture, if they didn't charge in now, then they really wouldn't have the slightest chance. However, with Yifan guarding outside, they couldn't do anything unless three of the four of them helped one of them guard this gate. Dao friends, since you all came, if you aren't willing to fight over this immortal gate, could you help me hold back the others? If I become an immortal, I will definitely guide you all into the immortal domain. The four of them couldn't hold back any longer. They seemed to have transmitted sound at the same time, asking for help from the two great supreme beings who rushed over. Now, anxiety spread throughout their hearts. Every single one of them was drenched in cold sweat, anxious to the point where it was difficult to endure. The two of them sighed. They knew that they couldn't enter in this world no matter what. The gate of heaven was already unstable, and there wasn't enough time. Meanwhile, they still hadn't reached their peak, so they didn't want to waste their lives here. They calmly turned around to leave, disappearing in the blink of an eye, decisively leaving. Ah! Holy physique, what exactly do you want? The beast god roared. No one would have thought that at the final juncture, the holy physique would instead become their greatest obstacle in advancing into the immortal domain. Even if I don't take action, only one of you can enter. How are the other three going to face this? Will you just watch? Yifan asked in reply. As he said these words, he kept looking at the other realm within the gate of heaven. There were two pairs of hands that were trying their best to reach out, but they couldn't reach it no matter what. Benefactor, you should go in. We will help you block for a moment. Shakyamuni and the old man walked over, actually about to take action. Several hundred years had passed, and these two people had long reached great heights. They were many times more terrifying than they were in the past, and they had the qualifications to fight a great battle against a supreme being. Father! Little Violet shouted with hope, her face full of longing. Yifan's heart trembled. He looked at his wife and daughter, and really wanted to take a step forward. However, he thought of those promises. He had to lead the celestial court into battle. If he left, what would happen to those people in the future? He didn't need to think to know that if he became an immortal now, the four supreme beings would definitely launch the most terrifying dark chaos. Not a single person from the celestial court would live, and they would all be found and killed. Taking a step back, even if these four people didn't have much life left and might not be able to hold on until they found the celestial court, there were still Supreme Emperor Dao powerhouses in the life-forbidden zone. They had great enmity with him, and if he wasn't here, the celestial court would still die. Yifan. Ji Ziyue's white face was full of despair and sadness. She knew that she understood Yifan, and understood his heart. What else could she say now? She could only let out a heart-shaking cry. I will become an immortal. See you in the future. In the end, he only said these 8 words. Something seemed to be stuck in his throat, and his eyes were a little blurry. These 8 words determined the rest of his life. This was a separation of life and death, and it meant that they would be separated forever. Perhaps it could be said that they would never see each other again. The path to immortality couldn't be opened all the time, and the next time might be millions of years later. These 8 words were as heavy as a mountain, suffocating Yi Fan, and his body was trembling. "Father, I really can't leave you," little Violet cried. Ji Ziyue's eyes were already blurred by tears. She was filled with helplessness and sadness. She said softly, "I've been very happy these years with you. I will wait for you." "Ah!" Yi Fan roared and his black hair stood on end. He was sad and helpless. He wanted nothing more than to smash the sky with a punch, break through the heavenly gate, and kill his way in, but he couldn't. "Seniors, please become immortals and take care of them for me." In the end, Yi Fan roared these words and pushed Shakyamuni and Laozi in. He suddenly turned around and faced the four supreme beings alone. "Father!" Little Violet's face was covered in tears as she struggled and shouted. "Your father made his own choice. The brothers and sisters of the celestial court can't leave him. He has to fulfill his promise, and in the future, we will meet again." Ji Ziyue comforted her, but her heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Her tears kept flowing. They looked at him in a daze, enduring the pain. Shakyamuni and Laozi didn't want to become immortals like this, but Yi Fan used the immortal ascension cauldron to smash them in. They were blocked in the gate to be baptized and transformed. The beast god, dragon emperor, white tiger Taoist, and the others were naturally furious. In their despair, they displayed their strongest battle strength and fought here. Yi Fan's body was covered in blood. He collapsed several times, but he refused to retreat and used the immortal ascension cauldron to resist. Boom! Inside the heavenly gate, a flood surged out. It was formed by a rain of light. It swept Ji Ziyue and Little Violet away and they disappeared into the golden sea. Those were their last two cries. They waved their hands with all their might, sad and helpless. Their tears fell like rain. Tears rolled down Yi Fan's eyes as he shouted, "I love you all." He wasn't someone who was good at expressing his emotions. He had never said these words until this moment. He faced the world inside the heavenly gate. Ji Ziyue smiled. It was a happy smile, but also a sad smile. They had known each other for close to 1,000 years, but she had always understood his feelings. At this moment, she wanted to shout something, but in the end, a golden rain of light drowned them. Boom! The heavenly gate collapsed. The lower half of Shakyamuni and Laozi's bodies were cut off on this side, while the upper half entered the celestial domain. They had narrowly passed this stage. There are only 2 or 3 people who can become immortals in one life. I can't accept this. An eternal lie. The 4 supreme beings roared angrily and attacked Yi Fan in a frenzy. At this time, the path of immortality began to collapse. Endless cracks extended outwards. The heavenly gate closed, and everything would no longer exist. This world had ended. Boom! With a final loud sound, the entire path of immortality exploded. A rain of light scattered everywhere. It was like a dream, and nothing was left. The 4 supreme beings rushed up and chased after Yi Fan in a frenzy. They wanted to fight to the death with him. They were in complete despair. There was no longer any hope in this life. They had worked hard for their entire lives and fought for thousands of years, but in the end, it was such a disappointing ending. There was no chance of ever stepping on the path of immortality again. How could they not feel grief and fear? I want to be free. I don't want to be an ignorant weapon anymore. I'd rather be an ordinary person and break free. The immortal ascension cauldron said to Yi Fan. All right, I'll help you, Yi Fan said. He stared at the 4 supreme beings and wanted to borrow their hands to break the cauldron. He really wanted to use this chance to kill the 4 of them. Heavens, someone really became an immortal. Ascending with multicolored light, immortal ascension in broad daylight. At this moment, a rain of light scattered down from the path of immortality, rushing towards various parts of the cosmos. It was incomparably brilliant, and it looked as if there were immortals dancing. It was as if the immortal world was opening and linking up with this world. When he saw all of this, Yi Fan could only sigh in sorrow. His face was full of sadness. It was too sudden. He was separated from his wife and daughter just like that. Would he ever meet them again in this life? The next time the path of immortality opens, it will be 1,000,000 years from now. Within the life-restricted region, there was a long sigh. There was regret, as well as desolation and helplessness. This time, their deductions were wrong. This world really could achieve immortality, yet they missed it. achieving immortality and building the Tao in 1,000,000 years. Ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed loudly. Tears even flowed out. This time, it was actually an eternal farewell. Kill! The four supreme beings were incomparably crazy as they slaughtered over. Chapter 1769. The path of immortality came to an end, the conclusion leaving everyone regretful and shocked, exceeding everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, the intensity of this final battle also exceeded everyone's imaginations. Heaven collapsed and earth split apart, ghosts wept and deities howled, stellar streams becoming dim. The four great supreme beings wanted to kill Yi Fan, because they had already completely lost all hope. Moreover, they had long advanced to their limits, unable to make it through this era, so they wanted to vent and get revenge. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also wanted to kill them, fearing that an unprecedented darkness chaos would descend. They slaughtered their way from one region to another, not stopping until one side was dead. Right now, there wasn't much superfluous words, they could only make their enemies fall, make them bleed dry. Everyone was horrified. Yi Fan could fight four supreme beings alone? This was simply like a legend, too unreal. Impossible, unless he is an Emperor Supreme being reborn, how could he have this type of strength? It's the immortal ascension cauldron, it actually revived, forged anew, reappearing in this world. The immortal ascension cauldron rumbled, continuously smashing about, releasing millions and millions of strands of green multicolored light in the cosmos stellar streams, devouring the great cosmos spiritual essence, facing the four supreme beings head-on. In the end, it surrounded Yi Fan within, withstanding all of the attacks. Yi Fan only needed to activate this cauldron, he didn't have to fight a bloody battle against those supreme beings. Four great emperor-level figures, when they took action at full force, they could naturally destroy the star domain, but it was difficult for them to shatter the immortal ascension cauldron, even though the four of them were working together. Kill! In the end, the sound of an emperor magical artifact shattering rang out, blood splashing through the starry sky. No one knew what kind of miserable battle happened. This world was boundless, no one able to approach the edge of the cosmos. The five great experts fought crazily. Puh! Yi Fan coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Even through the cauldron, he was still blasted apart once, his entire body covered in injuries. Tao traces interweaved, affecting his body. Kacha! In the end, the immortal ascension cauldron couldn't hold on anymore, cracks appearing on it. This battle was a head-on clash, it did everything it could to find an opportunity to break free. The four great supreme beings also shed blood, and the most important thing was that time was almost up. They were going to fall from their sublimated states, thus no longer existing. Correct, this time, there was no more suspense. Even if they could devour endless life essence, it still wouldn't be enough. They had endured for too long, moreover had already advanced, unless a miracle happened. Boom! In the boundless heavens, the star domain exploded. Meteors flew everywhere, creating an expanse of primal chaos. The star domain was completely blasted into chaos. Is this battle going to end the world? All life trembled. The intensity of this battle wasn't any weaker than the most terrifying darkness chaos. If this continued, the universe would be blasted apart, and at that time, all clans would suffer disaster. He could clearly feel that the battlefield was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, many planets with life would be affected. Ah! Finally, a supreme being released a great roar. He was completely wiped out, falling from the peak. His entire body's endless brilliance completely turned into darkness. He was smashed by the immortal ascension cauldron, exploding in the sky. Crack! Meanwhile, the cracks on the green copper cauldron were getting bigger and bigger, and it looked like it was about to break apart. The other three supreme beings attacked frantically. They wanted to drag Yi Fan down with them even if they had to die. In their eyes, Yi Fan deserved to die 1,000 times for destroying their hopes of becoming immortals. If they did not kill him with their own hands, it would be difficult for their anger to dissipate even if they died. Boom! In the end, brilliant light danced about, and the immortal ascension cauldron exploded. It finally broke apart under the intentional attack, turning into countless fragments that rushed into the distance. The deity struggled free and released a long roar. It sublimated to its limit and gave an imprint to Yi Fan. Then, its body cracked, and that terrifying aura quickly faded. Streak after streak of supreme divine laws flew away, turning into flowing light and disappearing into the cosmos. A fair and chubby little fatty struggled free. He was only 2 or 3 years old, and he was full of confusion. He turned into a human and became a true creature. This was a reincarnation. In the end, he still broke free from the cauldron, and it was useless even if Di Zun arranged a contingency plan. Yi Fan carried him over, and then put him into the broken myriad chi cauldron, into the immortal platform between his brows, and did everything he could to protect him. Today, if it wasn't for the immortal ascension cauldron, he definitely wouldn't have been able to fight against the 4 supreme beings. He was still a junior and hadn't truly become an emperor, so it was impossible for him to resist the joint pursuit of 4 Emperor Dao experts. However, it was precisely the existence of the immortal ascension cauldron that changed everything. Yi Fan single-handedly suppressed this great upheaval, making them nurse a grievance. Ah! Another person screamed and exited the sublimation state. His entire body became dim, and he was killed by Yi Fan's fist. He turned into a bloody mist and no longer existed. Of course, the blood essence of the 2 who died was also collected by him at the same time. He didn't leave anything for the other 2 to prevent them from prolonging the time of their deaths. The situation was already over. The remaining 2 sighed deeply. The 4 of them actually couldn't kill Yi Fan. What face did they have left? They were all once archaic emperors, unrivaled under the heavens. Unexpectedly, such a day would come. The immortal path came to an end. The ultimate battle began, and no one knew what happened in the end. They only saw light diffuse, and the desolate edge of the cosmos collapsed. A small portion of the supreme races saw some light and shadows through the ancient formation, and heard mournful long cries and wild songs. This battle ended, and for a long time, no one dared to step foot to see the results. Until half a month later, someone gathered his courage and went there. He saw a miserable scene there. There were countless star fragments, and the cosmos was dyed red with blood. This was all the blood of supreme beings. After they exploded, their bodies might become the size of star systems, but now, not a single piece of bone or flesh was intact. It was a scarlet-red expanse that was too horrible to endure. We found the flesh of supreme beings. Can we refine it into a divine pill? The people who came here were trembling with fear. Their hearts were full of hope and fear. Where is the holy body Yi Fan? Could it be that he died in battle? What a pity. Another person said softly. The darkness didn't erupt in the end. Who would have thought that it would end like this? When a portion of experts hurried over, the peace was broken. Many people wanted to collect emperor blood to refine the longevity divine pill. There's a corpse over there, there's a person. Suddenly, everyone was horrified. In the endless broken star ruins, there was a tattered corpse that moved. It slowly sat up, its entire body covered in terrifying injuries. He originally lacked life force and was just like a dead person, but the moment he sat up, a powerful heartbeat naturally sounded, shocking those in the distance until they backed up in horror. Many people coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, quickly leaving into the distance. It was because that person was too terrifying. It was just an aura that was naturally released, yet they already couldn't endure it. It was shocking. This was the power of an ancient great emperor. The human race's holy body didn't die. He won this decisive battle. This news swept through the cosmos like a tide, shocking everyone. This battle accomplishment was too glorious, simply a bit surreal. Yi Fan's life force slowly recovered. He dragged his injured body, standing in the starry sky. After waiting for half a month, no one else appeared. He gazed at this terrifying battlefield. 4 supreme beings had died, but his heart was empty. The heavens are protecting the world. The holy body won, the darkness didn't erupt. Yi Tiandi is unrivaled. Cheers sounded from all directions. Meanwhile, there were a portion of experts watching from the periphery of this battlefield. They were full of reverence, their bodies trembling. Yi Fan silently watched all of this. Then, he raised his hand and grabbed towards this cosmos. The remaining blood energy was gathered over, absorbed into the all-life source energy cauldron. The battlefield was shattered. There were many weapon fragments, but most of them were completely ruined. Even the divine gold immortal materials were beaten into scrap metal, losing their original divinity. It was because in this final battle, the supreme beings went crazy, becoming one with their weapons, exhausting everything, obliterating their divinity. There weren't many usable weapon materials, extremely limited. As for the green cauldron fragments, their spirituality didn't decrease. They didn't lose the characteristics of immortal gold. Unfortunately, after exploding this time, they weren't whole again. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan only received a small half, the rest scattered throughout the cosmos. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Yi Fan laughed loudly, laughing until he coughed intensely, blood flowing out from his mouth, his eyes also becoming blurry. In the end, this was the result. Those who wanted to become immortals didn't succeed, they all died. Those who didn't want to become immortals entered immortal domain. What kind of ending was this? It was truly a great irony. Purple Moon. He softly called out. They actually parted like this. The next time the path of immortality opened would be 1,000,000 years later. How was he going to meet her again? When he thought of how good she was, when he thought of her appearance, Yi Fan released a long desolate sigh. They were going to be separated forever just like this. How could he accept this? He still remembered how lively she was when they first met. Her large eyes were intelligent, little canine teeth sparkling, always so optimistic, mischievous, and cute. Then there was also parting. They looked at each other through the starry sky. She made a wish under the night sky, waiting for his return. The past cheerful laughter, the past voice and smile, it seemed like it was just yesterday, but it was difficult for them to truly appear again. There was also little Purple. They were separated more often than not. Yi Fan often went into seclusion, or went out to experience and comprehend, rarely accompanying her. In the future, it would be difficult for him to see this lively and cute daughter. His wife and daughter had already become immortals, creating an unprecedented miracle. This should be something worth celebrating, but Yi Fan staggered and stumbled, not knowing where he was going in the cosmos. The path of immortality has been severed. What a dream! Even now, are you all still fighting? Yi Fan laughed, cried, and roared, shaking the 8 desolates, reaching the life-forbidden regions. Thank the sacred body for suppressing the darkness chaos, avoiding a catastrophe. Ordinary cultivators couldn't hear his roar, because it was only directed at the supreme beings. They were celebrating, believing that after this battle, the cosmos would be peaceful for a long time, no longer needing to worry. Yi Fan's entire body was dripping with blood as he staggered back. The seal of the 9 great chaotic realms was undone, and the celestial court's troops all reappeared in the world. He had previously left behind an order that no one could come into the world unless he returned, because no one knew what would happen in the battle of immortality and when it would end. Master, you're injured. Yi Fan, what happened to you? Are you all right? A group of people rushed over. I'm fine. I'll be fine after a few years of rest. You don't need to worry, said Yi Fan. He had long suppressed his blood energy and the fluctuations of his own divine power. Master's wife and little Purple, why haven't they returned? A few of his disciples had a bad premonition, and everyone looked over when they heard this. They've become immortals. Yi Fan wanted to laugh, but a trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. What, become immortals? Everyone was shocked. Yi Fan, are you all right? His good brothers were all very worried. I'm fine, as long as the forbidden region is not destroyed, I will not die. This life, I will fight to the end. Yi Fan's words were sonorous and powerful, and his eyes were resplendent, deeply affecting everyone. Chapter 1770. Plants withered and flourished. Wind, snow, and green buds came and went. The human world changed, and it was unknown how many generations of people passed away, turning into dust. The river of time never returned. It kept moving forward, and in the blink of an eye, 500 years had passed. Great changes had also taken place in this world. People talked about the path of immortality and longevity. In the past 500 years, the world was in an uproar. All cultivators were discussing this, and immortal ascension became the hottest topic. Someone had become an immortal, breaking the ancient legend and shocking the human world. At first, people didn't believe it, but the truth came out from the restricted area, from the celestial court, shaking the entire cultivation world. The unattainable immortal world had been successfully entered. The threshold that couldn't be crossed in the past was now difficult to stop. How could people not tremble? At the same time, all the cultivators were excited, like travelers who had staggered in the darkness for a long time finally seeing a beacon of hope. Their confidence was greatly boosted. But was it really like this? Yi Fan didn't know. For so many years, he had been silent, spending most of his time sitting on a towering black cliff, quietly comprehending and pondering. Sometimes he would sit there for decades. Most of the time, he didn't move at all, as if he had passed away in meditation, becoming a part of the mountain. He was neither happy nor worried. His eyes occasionally opened and closed, as if the passage of time was flowing. This was the Undying Mountain. The great peaks were majestic, and the cliffs were as black as ink. They towered into the sky, surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars. The former restricted area for life had now become an important place for the celestial court. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? Back then, when the Undying Mountain was first established in the celestial court, the whole world was shaken. Yi Fan flattened this restricted area and turned it into the courtyard of the celestial court. It was truly an unrivaled heavenly might. There was no doubt that the current celestial court had already become a colossus. Few in the mortal world could rival it. Of course, the restricted area for life would forever be a great enemy of the human world. No matter how powerful the power, no matter how glorious the inheritance, they would still feel a headache and fear when facing the ancient supreme beings. In addition, another powerful force had risen in the past 500 years. They wanted to establish the demon celestial court only because of the appearance of the Golden Crow the Arch. After 500 years of cultivation, the Golden Crow Great the Arch kept going through tribulations to make up for the flaws he had in the past. The entire universe was filled with his aura. It was as if the sky and the earth had become one. This was the most terrifying omen. The great emperor was known to be unmatched, but it wasn't just empty words. It was because he would suppress all Tao, become the sole sovereign, enjoy an era of unmatched glory. The flame mulberry star had become a holy land of pilgrimage in recent years. All the leaders of the demon clans led their elites and geniuses to pay homage to the current demon monarch. If not for someone defying the heavens and becoming an immortal in this world, the Golden Crow becoming an emperor would have been the hottest topic in the past 10,000 years. This was a miracle. The supreme being of the demonic race who had lived 2 lives had finally attained the Tao. How many people could actually see a living great emperor? Meanwhile in this world, everyone was fortunate enough to see him cross tribulation, becoming an unmatched existence. All of the races in the universe's 8 wastelands trembled. Regardless of whether they had any relations with the Golden Crow race or not, they all had to pay him an audience. That was because no one wanted to offend a true great emperor. During these years, the Golden Crow race ruled over the world. They ran amok and looked down on all the other races, becoming an unparalleled royal race. The only thing that made them feel regretful was that there was still a Yi Fan in this world. He had an invincible divine physique that could kill a supreme being in the Forbidden Region. He had taken away a portion of the Golden Crow Great Emperor's power. In reality, during these years, there were even more people who came to the Celestial Court to pay their respects. Yi Fan had truly killed his way to an invincible and glorious battle record. He dominated the world and was even more terrifying. At this moment, when he opened and closed his eyes, he could see the 8 wastelands. He saw people fighting in the depths of the universe. Flames surged into the sky and golden crows filled the sky. They were currently fighting against the disciples of the Celestial Court. In the end, flames flashed. A disciple of the Flower Court held an alms bowl and sucked in a powerful golden crow to suppress it. During all these years, only the people of the Celestial Court dared to do this. Otherwise, who else would dare to do this? With the Demon Emperor overseeing the place and the Golden Crow race with the imperial blood, their aura could swallow mountains and rivers. Everywhere they went, all races had to retreat. Only the Celestial Court dared to make a move. They didn't cause trouble, but as long as there were golden crows that provoked them, they would forcefully suppress and kill them or tame them as mounts. Therefore, these 2 great powers weren't very harmonious and their relationship was more or less tense. Yi Fan turned his head and looked in the other direction. At his level, he naturally didn't need to come into being to travel the 8 wastelands of the universe. He could see all the galaxies in the universe. There were 9 flood dragons pulling a carriage. It was majestic and domineering, and the aura of an emperor spread out. The great Tao rumbled, and many sages accompanied it. This was a group of people, and every one of them was extraordinary. Their momentum was great. The 9 flood dragons traversed the universe, and the sages were their soldiers. It was as if a divine king had descended to the lower realm to patrol. However, at this time, someone rushed over and shouted, "I was wondering who it was. So it's the only prince of the Golden Crow race. You've crossed the line." Do you want to patrol the celestial court? The person who stopped him was Xianxia. 500 years had passed, and his blood energy was monstrous. His magic power was as vast as the sea, and he had long since become invincible. The only thing that hadn't changed was his temper. He was still the same as before, a battle maniac. In the past, At shot for 9 consecutive days, and only one golden crow survived. That was the person in the carriage. He escaped back to Huasong planet and was the only descendant of the Golden Crow Emperor. Now that the Demon Emperor had risen, his status was naturally indescribable. However, he was also someone that the Celestial Court wanted to get rid of. Pang Bo, Zhang Wenchang, Hua Hua, and the other Earthlings wanted to find an opportunity to kill him. That was because At had a high status in their hearts. He was a hero. These people were indignant, and many people in the Celestial Court were infected. Xianxia and Hua Hua were close, so he naturally wanted to help him achieve his wish. Humph! A cold snort came from the carriage. It was very dissatisfied with Xianxia. I'm just patrolling the demon divine realm. What does that have to do with you? You've crossed over. If you want to fight, then come. I've been waiting for it. Xianxia laughed out loud. Boom! He stretched out a hand and directly attacked. The current Celestial Court was not afraid of any major powers. Since the other party had crossed the line, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Crack! The carriage shattered as a golden rainbow rushed out. The Golden Crow Prince's eyes flickered with a cold light. He opened his mouth and spat out a volcano seal. It contained an extremely terrifying aura that could suppress the heavens. Is this a treasure your father refined for you? Truly amazing. It's actually formed from the Fire Spirit Mountain. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Xianxia laughed uproariously as he slammed his palm down onto the enormous volcano imprint. Lava surged, and the mountain exploded. Even the wrinkles on the imprint vanished. The saints were aghast. This person was simply the second Yi Fan. This was a weapon refined by the Demon Emperor for his son, yet it was destroyed. Just how powerful was his body? Are you forcing my hand? The Golden Crow Prince snorted and stood up from the cracked carriage. A golden bell appeared above his head, emitting a divine sound that reverberated throughout the ages. It was the Demon Emperor's weapon, the Imperial Bell. What a great treasure! This bell is a good match for my senior brother, Yi Tong. I'll give it to him as a weapon, Xianxia said. Little friend is joking. The voice of an emperor came from the bell. Afterward, a huge golden beam flew out and cut this area into 2 halves. This was demarcating the boundary. The bell then shook once more. Multicolored light filled the sky as it brought everyone back to the demon realm. Xianxia smiled and didn't chase after them. During these years, he had been suppressing himself quite a bit. He wanted to break through one day and then fight the Imperial Bell with his bare hands. In the divine garden of the Celestial Court, Yi Fan was sitting cross-legged on a black cliff. He had witnessed everything in the cosmos with a calm expression. In another part of the mountain, there was a lush green and full of vitality. There was an ancient tree flickering with multicolored light. Its trunk was as straight as a dragon. A group of young and energetic children were meditating there, earnestly comprehending the Tao. This was another generation. Among them were Li Heishui's grandsons, Dong Fengye's 4th-generation descendants, Li Tian's great-great-grandsons, and the descendants of heavenly generals. All of them had boundless potential. The Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree flowed with brilliant colors, only able to grow in Undying Mountain. Now, it became another undying immortal tree of Celestial Court. After so many years, the Celestial Court had prospered, shaking the cosmos and the 10 Desolaces. Each of their descendants was more stunning than the last as they grew up. Oh! Yi Fan was astonished. He turned around to look at a certain region and revealed a strange expression. His gaze pierced through the endless river of stars and saw the scene there. A boundless heavenly tribulation had appeared. With just a single strike, tens of thousands of stars were destroyed, turning that place into a shattered land. It was boundlessly terrifying and boundless. Yi Tong was undergoing tribulation. The 9 heavenly tribulations descended, covering the sky and covering the sun. They were boundless and immeasurable, shaking the entire cosmos. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked. Everyone knew that the Celestial Court was becoming increasingly powerful and unstoppable. Even Yi Tong was about to enter this domain. In the future, he would be able to fight shoulder to shoulder with Yi Fan. Who could stop him? Last time, he already broke into the 9 heavenly tribulations, but he forcefully suppressed it. This time, could it be that he wants to use this opportunity to enter the Emperor realm? This wasn't just one person's guess. Hong! The Great Tribulation was boundless. The stars in the sky flickered as if they had been ignited. Yi Tong entered the peak of the 9 heavenly tribulations and attacked unhindered, shattering the 33rd layer of the heavens and reaching the 9 underworlds. He struggled in the boundless cosmos, wishing to break through the undying, slaughter out a brilliant and resplendent future. What a powerful heavenly tribulation! What a terrifying younger generation! Don't tell me that he really is someone who can conquer the restricted regions? Quite a few people felt restraining fear. Ah! Yi Tong roared out. The Great Tribulation continued for who knew how long. Gods and devils roared between heaven and earth, groups of stars trembling chaotically, all types of irregular scenes appearing. In the end, there was even an indescribably horrifying flying immortal irregular scene. This is an omen of becoming an emperor. In the past, all those who had this type of scene appear later on, all of them achieved the Tao as a supreme being. Great senior brother crossed tribulation, taking that step. Only, I wonder if he can attack the imperial pass along the way. At this moment, many people in the celestial court became excited. Xianxia, Flower, and the others all rubbed their fists and palms together, truly wishing to be in his place, all of them incredibly excited. In the end, Yi Tong rushed into the heavens, scattering the sea of lightning, piercing through the heavenly tribulation, defying the heavens. It was as if he was going to shatter the 33rd layer of the heavens with a single breath. At this moment, there were people in the restricted regions who couldn't sit still anymore. A few people opened their eyes. Was this the rhythm of achieving the Tao? Yi Fan was still sitting on the stone cliff, but he took action. A palm slapped out, piercing through the heavens, directly obliterating a streak of light that rushed at Yi Tong. After not appearing for 500 years, have you all forgotten about me? Whoever dares take action against my disciple, I will flatten your entire restricted region. Chapter 1771. That voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to shake up the great starry seas. 500 years had passed, yet Yi Fan still hadn't appeared. Many people suspected that he might have been crippled in that immortal ascension battle. They never expected him to be this powerful today, making the hearts of all clans tremble. In the past, he slaughtered out an unmatched reputation, truly the #1 reaper of the restricted region supreme being's head, unmatched under the sky. Who didn't fear him? Even if a true great emperor appeared now, it still wouldn't be as resplendent as him, making countless people feel reverence, not daring to make him their enemy. The heavenly tribulation shocked the skies, the entire cosmos moving in response. Yi Tong continuously attacked, transcending the 9 heavenly tribulations. Then, he actually attracted even more terrifying lightning radiance. Is he really going to try to enter the great emperor realm? Everyone was shocked. The celestial court really was too terrifying. Not only did they have a Yi Fan overseeing it, his disciple also grew to such a terrifying level. What were they supposed to do? Forget about them. Even the supreme beings in the restricted regions revealed looks of worry. It was because if this continued, Yi Fan would have a right-hand man. In the future, he might really flatten the restricted regions. Right now, Yi Fan was alone, without any helpers. If he wanted to make a big move, he had to consider the serious consequences. However, if his disciples all stepped into this domain, then what else did he have to worry about? Xiao. A streak of divine light rushed over, hacking towards Yi Tong. It was incomparably terrifying, even more so than lightning tribulation. There was an ancient supreme being who took action, but he didn't reveal his aura, only releasing a streak of destructive light to disturb Yi Tong, not let him smoothly touch the emperor realm. Yi Fan's large hand originally reached out, but then he retracted it. Back then, when he faced tribulation, he almost died, also suffering all types of torment. He hoped that his disciple could endure this trial. Dang! A long and drawn-out bell sound rang through the air. Yi Tong opened his mouth, spitting out a divine bell. That wasn't a true bell, but rather something condensed from sun divine essence, forged from natural laws. Pop! The divine light was undying, piercing through the great bell, making it immediately explode between heaven and earth. It turned into a golden storm, the natural laws turning into fragments. Moreover, that divine light didn't stop, still rushing towards Yitong, making him face the even more terrifying lightning radiance, entering a life-and-death situation. What a heavy hand, just like how they dealt with me back then. Yi Fan muttered to himself. However, he still didn't move. Beams of light crisscrossed as Yitong used all kinds of secret techniques to attack and move about in the sea of lightning, using the heavenly tribulation to exhaust the power of the divine light. Boom! Suddenly, a huge palm of light slapped down, covering the entire heavenly tribulation, covering everything below. Chi! A jade rui tore through the sky and descended. It looked gentle, but upon closer inspection, the streaks of fine light it released were actually stellar streams. This left one shocked. Yi Fan didn't make a move. He just observed carefully to see which forbidden zones they came from. It was clear that even existences as powerful as the restricted regions now felt great misgivings towards Yi Fan's wrath, all of them severing their connection with those divine laws. There was no source, no root, no way to trace them. 4 or 5 beams of light danced in the air. Yitong coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His entire body was on the verge of breaking apart, and he even exploded a few times. The Great Tribulation continued. Yitong finally avoided those attacks. As time went on, all of the beams of light and weapons condensed from natural laws were obliterated under the lightning radiance. He condensed sun god blood, roaring angrily towards the sky. His reconstructed body was incomparably sturdy. He did everything he could to leap out. Not only did his flesh soar, his cultivation realm also leapt up. He did his best to explore the Great Emperor realm. He wanted to enter this domain. Even though it was incomparably difficult, he was still trying to break through. Between heaven and earth, wind and lightning raged. Chilly winds roared angrily, divine lightning surged. Immortal void figures descended, unleashing a massacre in all directions. The scene was bitter, making one shiver inwardly. This was the unavoidable tribulation of becoming an emperor. This wasn't even the true emperor tribulation. Yitong took a step out with difficulty. Not good. Someone in the life-restricted region said softly, feeling that the situation wasn't good. With the Golden Crow Great Emperor here, others couldn't become emperors, but most of their bodies could enter this domain, or even achieve the Tao through a different method. At that time, they would truly be able to follow Yi Fan into battle. An unmatched holy body already made people feel uneasy. If there was another person, then all the supreme beings wouldn't be able to sit still. In that instant, the divine firmament was unsheathed, and a sword was brought out. The clouds in all directions moved, slaughtering 10,000 creatures and surrounding the stars. The killing intent of that sword was too heavy. Someone condensed a supreme divine law, and it was even more terrifying than the attack from before. It could kill with a single thought, and even the quasi-emperor couldn't block it. Yitong resisted and continuously evaded. Meanwhile, at this time, the others also brought out their killing lights. They all appeared out of thin air and directly suppressed downwards. Yi Fan no longer remained indifferent. A myriad energy cauldron flew out from the crown of his head, descending there and blocking all attacks. The primal chaos in the cauldron was like a sea, devouring all types of killing lights. The most shocking thing was that there were many dark red bloodstains on the cauldron. They were bright red and glistening, reflecting the figures of several people. This was actually the unfettered celestial being, the Stone Emperor, the White Tiger Taoist, the Beast God, and others. Although Yi Fan hadn't become an emperor, this cauldron had drunk the blood of many primeval sovereigns. It had long evolved and reached an unimaginable level, dissolving all types of killing lights. Without waiting for the divine light to appear in the sky again, the myriad energy cauldron reversed and instantly left, descending in the sky above Huasong planet. It rumbled and shook down a terrifying beam of light. At this moment, all the Golden Crow experts of Huasong planet were trembling. No one could withstand this kind of pressure. All the creatures on the entire planet fell limply to the ground. They couldn't help but kowtow, trembling with fear. What is the meaning of this, Tao friend? In a huge land of magma, there were golden Huasong trees everywhere. A palace floated above, and an emperor's might covered the sky and earth, blocking the cauldron's energy. I hope you won't interfere when my disciple is crossing the tribulation. This emperor didn't take action, said the Golden Crow Great Emperor. Even though he was the current Great Emperor, his glory had been stolen. This made the entire Golden Crow race very resentful, but they had always been ordered not to provoke, so they restrained themselves. From the bottom of their hearts, they were very unconvinced. In the past, they had never encountered such an era. As long as a great emperor appeared, who could resist? Everyone would come to congratulate him. But in this era, an anomaly appeared. He wasn't a great emperor, but he was a supreme being in the world, enjoying the same glory. The entire Golden Crow race was furious, but they didn't dare to say anything. On the undying cliff, Yi Fan didn't express his opinion. He didn't investigate whether the old Golden Crow had taken action. The myriad energy cauldron flew away, heading straight for the Big Dipper star region. The matter here naturally shook the universe. This was the first time the two supreme beings had clashed. Many people had been looking forward to it for 500 years, but in the end, they couldn't wait for the battle. The saint physique is too strong. It has taken away the glory that a monster emperor should have. Many people discussed in private. Living in the same era as Yi Fan was really bad luck for a great emperor. Even a great emperor would feel embarrassed because he was too strong. Perhaps he can be called the most powerful saint physique in history. Who dared to look down on a great emperor like this? There had never been such a person before, yet Yi Fan intimidated the present age's great emperor like this. This type of thing had never happened since ancient times. When one had just achieved the Tao, who wasn't the most powerful in the universe? The myriad energy cauldron rushed over a large stretch of the starry river, descending into the Big Dipper star region. The people of the world were shaken. This cauldron represented Yi Fan, and now that it appeared here, its divine might was like a sea. Everyone trembled, and there were even some who were disappointed and frustrated. Back then the saint physique competed with them in the same era. But now the difference was like heaven and earth, standing side by side with ancient great emperors. His power was so great. His true body didn't appear, but a single artifact made the world submit. Everyone widened their eyes in shock, because they saw this cauldron rush straight for the immortal mausoleum. Its power erupted, and the boundless sea of primal chaos descended, as if it was going to destroy that place. Then, this cauldron went to the divine ruins, origin ancient mine, and other places. It similarly erupted with power, as if it was going to fight. This is a warning that life is restricted. In the cosmos, the old clan leaders of the various great races all felt their mouths go dry. It was too shocking. Just how powerful is the human race's saint physique? Someone in the outside world sighed. A cold snort sounded from the restricted area, but no one came out to fight. The myriad energy cauldron floated above the Big Dipper, intimidating everything here. It patrolled, and its power made all the races in the cosmos dumbstruck. No one attacked Yitong anymore. He struggled with all his might, and he really wanted to jump into the great emperor domain. In the end, he stretched out a portion of his body, but it was difficult for him to take even half a step further. The lightning stopped there, making him sigh. After this matter, there wasn't a single race in the cosmos that wasn't shaken. Yi Fan's powerful performance and Yitong's rise made everyone feel that the heavenly might couldn't be provoked. Master, could it be that you still can't become an emperor? Komatsu asked. Several people came up the black cliff, and they were all from the next generation. Yi Fan shook his head and said, "Someone achieved the Tao one step ahead of me. I've always been looking for a way to break it down. I feel that Master can kill that Golden Crow. Even though he is very strong, I believe that Master is even stronger." The battle maniac Xianxia said. "He isn't the most terrifying, the most unpredictable thing is this cosmos." Yi Fan pointed at the dome of heaven and said, "Now, one Tao is supreme, and 10,000 Tao are united. It's almost unbreakable." It had been 500 years, and Yi Fan had never walked out of the undying mountain. This made the disciples, Black Emperor, Dongfang Yi, and Li Tian very puzzled. They had always thought that his injuries hadn't recovered, and now, he finally let out a long breath. It seemed like he was thinking about an even higher Tao fruit. "You all should hurry up and cultivate. Be careful in everything." In the end, Yi Fan said these words. This made everyone's hearts tremble. They felt that he was warning them. Could it be that something was about to happen? They all revealed doubtful expressions. "Master, is the great battle about to begin?" "Yes, the great battle is about to begin." Yi Fan's eyes flickered as he gazed at the vast and deep galaxy. The Great Battle of the Forbidden Region? Everyone was shocked, and then their blood began to boil. They were so excited that they trembled. Yi Fan had once drawn a vast battle map for them. Could it be that it was about to begin now? These people were all nervous and expectant. It's not that I want to provoke a conflict. I've made many deductions in the past 500 years, and I clearly know that a great danger is about to descend. When Yi Tong transcended the tribulation, I became even more certain that there are people who are afraid that I'll flatten the forbidden regions one by one. They want to deal with me. Everyone was stunned, and at the same time, their hair stood on end. This definitely wasn't a supreme being who wanted to take action, right? They've always been waiting, hoping to clash with the Golden Crow Great Emperor. At that time, they can take care of me, but I've never given them the chance, Yi Fan said calmly. Master, will it be very dangerous this time? I have to hurry up and break through. On the day of great success, I'll be able to fight against their imperial weapons with my bare hands. Xianxia clenched his fists. There's no need to worry. It's not certain who will kill who. Today's forbidden regions are no longer the same as they were hundreds of thousands of years ago. After Great Emperor Ruthless, the Void the Arch, and Great Emperor Wuxia, the number of supreme beings has decreased sharply. Our ancestors have already won a vast war, and after experiencing 2 great tribulations of immortal ascension, there aren't many supreme beings left. I'll definitely have a chance to flatten them in my lifetime. Everyone trembled. Flatten all the forbidden regions? This was like a fantasy. No one had ever done it since ancient times. Our ancestors shed their blood, sacrificed their lives, and set foot in all the forbidden regions. They've already laid a solid foundation. If I can't flatten them in my lifetime and leave them for our descendants to deal with, then I'll really be letting down those deceased great emperors. Chapter 1772. 100 years passed. Yi Tong tried to cross the tribulation again, hoping to step into the great emperor realm and defy the heavens to change the laws of the great Tao in order to stand at the peak of the martial Tao. Unfortunately, he failed. In the following years, he persevered, wanting to break the unchanging curse. In a situation where there were great emperors who achieved the Tao first, he still wanted to make the final leap and realize the legend of all great emperors coexisting. The result was tragic. He was seriously injured again and again, on the verge of death. He shed blood in the cosmos, unable to change the current situation. The Golden Crow Great Emperor's imprint had long been imprinted in the great cosmos' heavenly heart. Now, the Tao was supreme and the myriad Tao was united. It was blessed by the heavens, and no one could shake its foundation. Even if he died, this Tao would not scatter for 10,000 years. From a certain perspective, this was already not him suppressing it, but rather the embodiment of the heavens' laws. And during these years, Yi Fan also moved out, entering the life-restricted regions several times to confront the primeval sovereigns. He even fought against the incarnations of a few people. His aura devoured mountains and rivers, his might shaking the cosmos. He would definitely obtain something each time. He would either bring out the prehistoric monolith from the restricted regions, obtain the immortal divine spring, or move the spiritual roots of heaven and earth. During this period of time, great tribulations would happen from time to time, especially when Yi Fan confronted the restricted region's supreme beings. There would be supreme lightning tribulations in the sea of primal chaos, and no one knew who was crossing them. In the blink of an eye, 700 years had passed since the Battle of Ascension ended. Yi Tong crossed the tribulation again, and most of his body entered the great emperor realm. He hoped to advance a step further. And this time, the heavenly tribulation was unimaginably powerful. The entire cosmos was shaken, and endless rivers of stars were smashed apart. Yi Fan had no choice but to come into the world and create the world, creating the sun, moon, and stars to prevent the great cosmos from being damaged. The performance of the master and disciple pair shocked everyone in the great cosmos. The great life-restricted regions were all silent, unable to say anything. Those great stars were like fireworks that bloomed one after another. Even though they were beautiful, the moment they withered was so sad. The great tribulation of the cosmos shook the world. Yi Tong's great tribulation was unprecedented for him. The heavens and realms were filled with lightning, shaking the past, present, and future. Yi Fan silently took action, creating the stars of fortune in the shattered sky ruins. Gods and devils were subdued, all life trembling. One was destroying a world, one was creating a world. The entire world was shocked. This time, no one came to interfere. In fact, ever since Yi Fan used the cauldron of myriad qi to intimidate the forbidden area, no one else dared to make a move. They were afraid that they would anger Yi Fan and cause him to immediately start a battle in the forbidden area. Because these people weren't ready yet. Silver snakes danced wildly, and the chaos was like an ocean. The entire starry sky experienced a great calamity that was rarely seen since the beginning of time. Yi Tong's body was covered in blood, and he was suppressed by the great Tao. He kept attacking, but in the end, he could not withstand the suppression of the heavens. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell down. "Senior brother." In the distance, Xianxia shouted. She wanted to rush over, but Komatsu held her back. Endless symbols descended from the sky, every single one of them a type of powerful Tao mark. They all smashed onto Yi Tong's body, piercing through him, turning him into a sieve. Bloody holes appeared all over his body. This was even more terrifying than having one's body crushed and bones crushed. This was the punishment of the heavens, the result of being suppressed by all Tao. He suffered great Tao injuries that couldn't be healed, his entire life possibly crippled because of this. There was someone who became an emperor first and conformed with the will of the heavens. It is difficult to change, and the legend cannot be broken. Forcefully breaking through will only cause one to suffer the most terrifying backlash. Since ancient times, no one has been able to transcend, and it is difficult to coexist as an emperor. No one has succeeded since the beginning of time. A cold voice sounded from within the forbidden region. Yi Fan frowned, and no one dared to approach. He was the only one who rushed in and caught his disciple who fell from the sea of lightning. During this process, the endless primal chaos lightning and immortal shadows struck his body, but only wisps of smoke rose. They couldn't injure his body at all. This result was shocking. Yi Fan hadn't displayed his true strength for so many years. Even when he went to the forbidden region, he didn't reveal his trump cards. No one knew exactly how strong he was. Now, the lightning couldn't invade his body, and the 10,000 techniques couldn't touch him. He had suppressed all the supreme experts in the present world. "Yi Tong, wake up." Yi Fan hugged his disciple's broken body and called out with Tao sounds. "Master, I'm afraid I can't go on. Haste makes waste. Becoming an emperor really can't be forced. It's difficult to defy the heavens." Yi Tong smiled bitterly, and blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth. There were bloody holes all over his body, and the most terrifying thing was that every bloody hole had a type of supreme great Tao divine symbol. That was the result of the suppression of the supreme Tao marks. The result of the 10,000 Tao backlash was extremely terrifying. There had been more than one case in the past, because as long as there was a great emperor in this world, it was destined to be extremely glorious. Outstanding talents would appear in large numbers, and there would definitely be people who were unconvinced and wanted to defy the heavens, vainly wishing to become an emperor. However, the final result was that almost everyone became crippled, and no one could succeed. "Hold on, I will extend your life and pull out the 10,000 Tao traces." Yi Fan shouted with Tao sounds. His entire body shone, and the 10,000 techniques all appeared, immediately submerging this place. At this time, even the heavenly tribulation couldn't invade, and it was also about to disappear. Yi Fan was like a god whose entire body was covered in flames. Both of his hands supported his disciple, and endless divine laws revolved, entering Yi Tong's body, doing everything he could to disperse the great Tao symbols. This is the will of the heavens. Such a thing actually happened. Since ancient times, only a few people were able to recover, but looking at his appearance, it's too serious. His life is finished. The heavens want to end the celestial court's lineage. What an unexpected and pleasant surprise. Someone in the life-restricted region muttered. Such a situation actually happened, and it caused the celestial court, which was at its peak, to suffer a huge blow. If the restricted region took action, it would save a lot of effort. After all, it was equivalent to Yi Fan losing a great helper. "Master, I've let you down. I originally hoped to fight alongside you, but now, I've become a burden." Yi Tong's eyes were filled with tears, and he was full of regret. "Don't think too much. With me here, those demons and monsters won't be able to do anything," Yi Fan said in a low voice. He didn't want Yi Tong to think too much. His divine laws surged as his essence blood gushed forth, healing Yi Tong's injuries and doing his best to extract those runes. However, Those runes were the most terrifying suppression from the heavens. Regardless of Yi Tong's immortal foundation or his sea of reincarnation, they were all occupied and couldn't be erased. The great Tao scriptures in Yi Fan's body rumbled. He was like a great furnace, incomparably hot, unceasingly radiating multicolored light that blasted towards Yi Tong's body. But every time a rune was erased, a portion of Yi Tong's body and immortal foundation would be damaged as well. This caused him to frown. Such a suppression was too terrifying. The silver runes had already fused together with Yi Tong. If he wanted to extract those runes, he would definitely have to destroy his own disciple. With a swishing sound, Yi Fan hugged his disciple and vanished from his original location. He was as fast as an immortal, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. He broke through the boundless constellations and returned to the celestial court. How can this be? None of them expected that something like this would actually happen. It was too unexpected. Senior brother's talent is unparalleled in the world. Why would such a calamity befall him? Today, the atmosphere in the celestial court was filled with sorrow. Everyone was sighing in sorrow. The more they understood, the more their hearts turned cold. There was no solution to this. External force was basically useless. One could only rely on their own body to tide through it. Although Yi Fan was like a god, he was also silent today. For several days straight, he tried to expel the runes for Yi Tong, but in the end, he still didn't succeed. He could only temporarily preserve his disciple's life. My good disciple, you have to endure this. Li Tian's eyes turned red. Although he was unrestrained and usually wasn't a proper person, right now, his true feelings were revealed. Yi Tong wasn't only the disciple of Yi Fan, he was also the disciple of Li Tian, Yan Yishi and the Black Emperor. They were the ones who raised him up and imparted all sorts of techniques to him. Several days later, Yi Fan exited seclusion. He was extremely silent and the hearts of everyone sank. His life can be preserved, but as for his cultivation, we will have to depend on his good fortune. When this news circulated out, the celestial court was in an uproar. Many people felt sorrow and regret. When the news spread to the outside world, the whole world was in an uproar. How could such a thing happen? The celestial court was flourishing with each passing day. Its brilliance illuminated the universe and was revered by the entire world. Now, such a grievous news had actually spread out. It felt very unreal. Yi Tong's collapse was equivalent to cutting off one of Yi Fan's arms. Could it be that it was declining after reaching its peak? This thought appeared in everyone's hearts. The celestial court had been too glorious these past few years. As the most powerful saint physique in history, Yi Fan had repeatedly killed ancient sovereigns. This was enough to shake the ages, and every matter was destined to be recorded in the most important historical records. In this world, no one can escape birth, old age, sickness, and death. Everyone has a time when they are strong, and there is also a time when they are past their prime. Everything is the result of natural changes. When the sun is in the middle, when the moon is full, it will be waning. Nothing can escape. The celestial court is showing signs of decline. After this happened, people in the outside world quickly came to this conclusion. This caused people to ponder deeply. Perhaps this was the result of the heavens trying to balance the world. The news of Yi Tong being crippled in the heavenly tribulation spread throughout the various regions, causing a huge uproar. Everyone was discussing this, and people vaguely felt that something might be happening. Haha. This is really retribution. Isn't the celestial court powerful? Now that they have crippled one of their top experts, I think they are not far from defeat. Even the heavens are not on their side. Heh, they are delusional enough to go against the heavens. My ancestor has already become an emperor. Who can overthrow him? I actually hope that the Saint Physique Yi Fan will come to defy the heavens and break through the Tao, and also walk on that path. Carefree laughter came from the Golden Crow race. Many experts clapped their hands in joy. They felt that the Golden Crow race's best era had arrived. Perhaps the celestial court would really head towards decline. However, this kind of sound was quickly suppressed. The Golden Crow the Arch appeared and looked down at the entire Huasong planet. He was extremely dignified and shouted that they should not be rude. The most shocking thing was that he opened his mouth and spat out a wisp of the origin of the flames, sealed it in a divine crystal, and handed it to a Golden Crow saint. He asked him to take it to the celestial court and give it to Yi Fan to heal his disciple. The Arch, why are you doing this? As an emperor, if you are as narrow-minded as you might as well become a demon, the Golden Crow the Arch shouted. When this news spread to the outside world, everyone in the universe was extremely shocked. Many people felt respect for him. This was the true demon the Arch. The Golden Crow the Arch had achieved his Tao through fire, and Yi Tong had the body of the sun. Their origins were similar. In addition, this time, Yi Tong had been injured because she had defied the Golden Crow Thearcha's heavenly core mark. She had been punished by the heavens. If she used her origin to heal, there might really be hope for her to recover. After taking the divine crystal, Yi Fan was silent for a moment. He asked someone to send the Golden Crow Saint away to express his gratitude. The battle is about to begin. Yi Fan turned around and said this. The entire celestial court was greatly shaken. Chapter 1773. Yi Fan held the divine crystal in his hand. There was a flame burning within, and an exuberant aura of life seeped out. This was the supreme origin flame of a true great emperor. He immediately went into seclusion, placing this flame into the all-life energy cauldron to refine it hundreds and thousands of times, using secret methods to refine and refine it. It was because this was the essence of an emperor, the foundation of this heaven's core imprint. He had to refine it no matter what. After 2 hours, an immortal flame appeared in Yi Fan's hand, illuminating his palm until it was transparent. His blood vessels and other parts could be clearly seen. Chi! Yi Fan placed this flame between Yi Tong's brows, burning several symbols to protect his sea of consciousness, causing it to become resplendent. The flame merged into his disciple's flesh. Master, how is he? Yang Shi, Hua Hua, and the others watched anxiously. Yi Zi, you must save little Tong. Li Tian, Yan Yishi, and the others were all emotional. Yi Fan nodded, but he didn't say anything. For the next several days, Yi Tong remained unconscious, sinking into the deepest level of hibernation in order to protect himself. Meanwhile, Yi Fan also displayed unmatched divine abilities. During these past few days, all parts of the cosmos felt a terrifying great Tao law surge, shaking 10,000 regions. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. They knew that this was Yi Fan's method, but it was too powerful and incomparably terrifying. They hadn't seen him go all out for 700 years, but who would have thought that his Tao skills would become even more profound and world-shaking? In the end, he silently left, directly entering the Big Dipper, descending into the absolute beginning forbidden region. Everyone was alarmed. What was Yi Fan trying to do? Could it be that he was furious because his disciple was about to die, and wanted to flatten the forbidden region? Even the ancient sovereign in the forbidden region was shaken. This wasn't an unreasonable guess, because he had this kind of previous record. The sea of reincarnation and undying mountain had already been flattened by him. Everyone was shocked. However, after Yi Fan entered the absolute beginning forbidden region and approached the origin ancient mine, a great battle didn't erupt. Chaotic energy surged there, auspicious light flowing through the mysterious ancient mine. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars in the sky were all going to be sucked into the divine mine. It was extremely shocking. You should know that by forcefully borrowing the celestial source and the grand beginning lifestone in this confrontation, you will have to pay 10 times the price in the future. A cold voice sounded. I'll wait. Yi Fan walked out, hugging a giant immortal source, as well as a lifestone. It was carved into the shape of a coffin, and flew towards Big Dipper. Everyone was stupefied. Then they came to a realization. Yi Fan had no other choice. He had to seal his own disciple with an immortal source, and leave it for the future to resolve the calamity. At the same time, everyone sensed his power, daring to come to Origin Ancient Mine to seize stones. In reality, this was indeed the case. Yi Fan used his supreme magic power to turn his immortal origin into liquid in order to seal Yi Tong. Senior brother. Yi Tong. Many people cried out in grief, finding this result hard to accept. At the last moment, the Golden Crow Great Emperor sent over another ball of Emperor Flame. Yi Fan expressed his gratitude. After seriously refining it, he poured it into Yi Tong's body and sealed him. A genius of a generation was going to temporarily disappear from this world just like that. The celestial court was in great pain, and many days passed in a sad atmosphere. When this result spread to the outside world, it caused a commotion. Everyone was discussing this. Some sighed, some were happy, some were sad, and some took joy in others' misfortune. Their private reactions were all different. Without a doubt, the Golden Crow Great Emperor's performance was remarkable. The people of the world felt that he had great boldness and was not narrow-minded because of the friction between the Golden Crow race and the Celestial Court. He was worthy of the demeanor of a great emperor. Many people were in admiration, and they became more and more respectful towards him. Under the restraint of the Demon Emperor, the experts of Huasong Planet did not take joy in others' misfortune. Their relationship with the Celestial Court was instead much better, and there were signs of reconciliation. The Golden Crow Great Emperor is worthy of being someone who achieved the Tao. Many people sighed, praising him. The world was in an uproar, and a great wave was set off. On a black cliff in the Immortal Mountain, Yifan stood at the forefront and looked at the horizon. He had not spoken for a long time. "Master, are you confident in this battle?" Xianxia asked in a low voice from behind. His eyes were clear. "I've deceived the heavenly secrets 2 or 3 times, and they have many people. They should have already made up their minds and are ready," Yifan replied. Just as he said, there would definitely be a battle. Because Yi Tong had fallen, he had lost his right-hand man. The Forbidden Land had been preparing for many years, and they would not let go of such an opportunity. Xianxia frowned and said, "The Golden Crow Great Emperor sent the Empyrean origin flame. It's a good thing for senior brother, but it also destroyed the dream of the Forbidden Land Supreme being looking forward to a great battle with you. I think this is also the reason why the battle has been brought forward." "Master." Hua Hua flew over from afar, revealing an anxious expression. "There are children of the Forbidden Land returning to Big Dipper. There are cries of surprise coming from there. They seem to have obtained a great harvest." His bald head was shiny, but his face was full of worry. Some Forbidden Land children had left for many years, and they actually knew nothing about it. "There's no need to blame yourself. There are primogenitors in the Forbidden Lands. It's easy for them to hide the heavenly secrets," Yifan comforted. "I hate myself. The great battle is coming, but why haven't I reached the 9th heavenly layer? I can't help, Master." Hua Hua beat his chest, hating himself for not working hard enough these years. He had enough talent, but it was difficult for him to devote himself to cultivation. "Brat, are you showing off?" Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, Pang Bo, Yan Yishi, and the others had all arrived. Li Heishui directly slapped Hua Hua's bald head and said, "If you think your cultivation level is too low, how can I endure it?" "Senior brother Yi Tong he." Komatsu opened his mouth in the back. As soon as these words came out, everyone on the cliff fell silent. "Yi, don't tell me you're going to fight alone again?" Pang Bo asked. He was very strong, but it was still too early for him to fight an ancient supreme. "Don't worry this time, we'll flatten at least one forbidden land," Yifan said firmly. Everyone was shocked. Seeing his confidence, they finally let out a sigh of relief, dispelling the haze in their hearts for many days. "This time, let us attack the Forbidden Land. We can't beat the big ones, but can't we catch the little ones in the Forbidden Land?" Someone said. On this day, the entire Celestial Court disappeared, hiding from the boundless sea of stars and disappearing without a trace. The world was shocked. Everyone realized that something big was about to happen. Could it be that they were going to fight an ancient supreme? In the past, Yifan had done this before, hiding all the heavenly soldiers and generals and unleashing a massacre on the path to immortality. Everyone had a premonition that a great storm was about to arrive. "Holy body Yifan, are you impatient?" A cold voice sounded from the Big Dipper Forbidden Land. The heavenly dome trembled. Everyone was terrified. They knew that the bad premonition had come true. A storm was rising again. A Forbidden Land battle really was going to happen. Divine Ruins, Immortal Mausoleum, and others were all rumbling. Supreme Being energy pervaded the air, shaking up the entire Big Dipper region. It was like a heaven-overflowing sea, shocking everyone. One could see an ancient beast raise its head in Immortal Mausoleum. It was like a divine lion, its entire body flickering with scarlet multicolored light. It walked out from a great tomb, on its back an old woman dressed in strange clothing. This place was known as Immortal Mausoleum. There were enormous tombs everywhere, impossible to find out what era they were left behind from, difficult to trace back. Even though it was a great tomb, after it split open, there was immortal energy that pervaded the air. The blood-colored divine lion's entire body was resplendent with scarlet multicolored light. It carried this old woman with a head full of sparse white hair, her aura shocking the world. Immortal Mausoleum actually emerged from Immortal Mausoleum. It truly is unexpected. She is still alive and well. There were people from other restricted regions who sighed. Everyone says that Immortal Mausoleum is the most mysterious, possibly the cemetery of immortals left behind from the chaotic ancient era before the legendary era. Immortal Mausoleum became an emperor early in the archaic era, always living in seclusion, making her extremely mysterious. At the same time, immortal multicolored light shone brilliantly in the divine ruins. An ancient war chariot flew out, endless chaotic energy spreading outwards. A middle-aged man sat on the chariot, his black hair falling over his shoulders, blood energy exuberant, eyes like blazing lightning. "It's the spiritual god!" Someone cried out in shock. The spiritual god was the past spiritual emperor. He was a holy spirit, but he wasn't a stone man that achieved the Tao, but rather flesh and blood formed from a wave of innate spiritual essence. If Longma knew about this, he would definitely be alarmed, because they were the same type, spirits produced by heaven and earth spiritual essence. However, one had a horse body, while the other had a human body. The spiritual emperor cultivated in seclusion within the divine ruins, sleeping this entire time. He didn't look old at all, instead giving off a heaven-overflowing blood energy feeling. As soon as he appeared, the world of mortals was shaken. Legendary battlefield battle. The war chariot rumbled, chaotic energy surging. The spiritual emperor spoke, directly disappearing from the Big Dipper. In the cosmos, Yifan didn't say anything else, directly taking steps, hurrying towards the battlefield. It was because this battle was unavoidable to begin with. Dragging it out wasn't a solution either. The other party might very well directly unleash darkness chaos. Legend battlefield. This was a boundless starry sky, spacious, deathly stillness the eternal theme. There were almost no complete stars here, all of them broken. There were meteorites everywhere, star ruins everywhere. This cosmos had long been beaten into ruin. The most shocking thing was that occasionally, enormous corpses could be seen here, stretching across the endless blue skies, undying this entire time. However, their essence blood had long been completely drained. The essence had already been lost, only the form remaining. Yifan was speechless. Not only were there the corpses of ancient ancestors from various clans here, he even discovered the remains of holy bodies. One could imagine just how bitter the battle here was back then. Every single one of these skeletons had gargantuan origins, quite possibly the most powerful ancestor of a clan. If they were brought out, it would definitely shake the world. If one carefully traced them back, they would draw out extremely glorious legends one after another. Of course, this couldn't have been produced from a single battle, but rather the result of accumulating from the legendary era until now. Youngster, you are quite strong. In my memories you should be one of the most powerful great sage bodies in history, but you are also quite arrogant. The spiritual emperor said. Sigh. Grandma was also the focus of attention, respected by everyone in the universe. Now that I look back, it really is a great dream. Elder Xian sighed softly and then said, At that time, my style was unmatched, my beauty crowning the world, full of youthful energy just like you, believing that there was nothing in this world that a goddess like me couldn't do. She revealed a look of reminiscence. When she spoke these words, it made others feel incomparably strange. It was because right now, her skin was sagging, incredibly aged, teeth about to fall out, extremely ugly. In the end, it was just a dream. Elder Xian suddenly opened her muddy old eyes, staring at Yifan, saying, Youngster, you are quite stunning, but it is a pity that you came, and now you are going to die. Who hasn't died before? Yifan said. But your wife and daughter have become immortals. Another figure appeared, surrounding Yifan at the center. It seems like you all are quite confident. Are you not scared that the past tragedy will repeat itself? At this moment, Yifan also revealed powerful and fierce killing intent. In the past, he killed many supreme beings alone. After so many things happened, if we didn't have the confidence to kill you, would we even take action? A fourth person appeared. A bad feeling emerged inside Yifan. When the four of them gathered, it actually made his blood run cold, sensing great danger. In a daze, it was as if he saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood, even immortals' corpses. Chapter 1774. The Spirit Emperor sat cross-legged on the ancient war chariot. His black hair was like a river of stars, bright and dense. His eyes were cold like the edge of a blade. He slapped the weapon on his leg. With a wung sound, an incomparably sharp spiritual blade flew over like a waterfall, hacking towards Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan revealed a look of surprise. This blade looked ordinary, but it was exceptionally sharp. It released the Spirit Emperor's undying will and killing intent, traversing through the vast sky. Immortal feathers fluttered about, holy and flawless. They followed the blade radiance, drawing out an undying aura. It was incomparably enormous, as long as a river of stars. Ascension power, flying immortal radiance. The Spirit Emperor is unparalleled as expected. Even we are in awe. Old Fairy spoke, revealing a look of surprise. The Spirit Emperor's attack made everyone's hearts jump, and everyone felt a wave of coldness. Yi Fan's feet were like nails rooted in the void, not moving at all. Meanwhile, his body was like a soft willow, moving with the blade, drawing out a beautiful arc to avoid the sharp radiance. Then, his hands struck out explosively. 10,000 types of symbols appeared at the same time, forming a great Tao suppression. Dang! An expanse of blazing lightning erupted in the void. Unmatched blade energy surged, clashing with Yi Fan's fist, producing the most resplendent light. The universe shattered in all directions, heaven and earth exploded, and the mythical battlefield shook violently. Even though it was vast and boundless, it still couldn't withstand this kind of attack. Over 10,000 types of symbols collided with the flying immortal divine feathers, mutually obliterating each other and quickly extinguishing. The originally shattered sea of stars turned into ashes. This kind of unrivaled divine might made everyone tremble. If the Quasi-Emperor was here, he would definitely be terrified. Just a strand of this kind of aura was enough to kill them over 100 times. This was also the mythical battlefield. There were Tao marks left behind by the ancient deities of the heavens, making it hard to decay. If it was another star system, it would definitely turn into ashes, turning into primal chaos and nothing would exist. In the end, the saber chi disappeared, and the Taoist talisman also disappeared. Only a silver spirit saber and Yi Fan's fists were left. At first glance, the two seemed to be equally matched, but the real outcome was unknown. A strange laugh rang out. The old immortal took action, and a jade scepter flew out from her sparse hair. Fine light flickered, and every streak of light was like a starry river that covered the sky and earth, suppressing the mythical battlefield. This type of heaven-defying method left one horrified. Destroying the starry sky, splitting open the world, and other things weren't difficult at all. For her, it was just too easy, shocking the 9 heavens 10 earths. This was no longer a jade scepter. It was clearly the pressure of a real universe, and it wanted to use the supreme laws of the world to suppress Yi Fan and turn him into powder. Yi Fan stood there, unmoving. His avatar was activated, and a vast world appeared as well, clashing against the gentle jade scepter in the sky. A great silent collision erupted. The aura of all things being destroyed spread in all directions, completely destroying this place. In the distance, there were more than 10 enormous corpses that hadn't been destroyed even after 10,000 years. It was unknown just how many li they were long, but now, they turned into ashes. There was a small half of a corpse that belonged to the holy physique bloodline. Even though its flesh was sturdy and undying, at this time, it was still torn apart like paper, completely destroyed. One could imagine just how terrifying the collision between the two was. Of course, these skeletons had long lost their immortal essence, refined by others. They weren't as sturdy as before, but compared to normal divine materials, they were still far superior. This time, Yi Fan didn't move. He put away his avatar, and the jade scepter also withdrew. What a good holy physique. I can't help but admire you. You haven't cultivated for that long, yet you are actually powerful to this degree. As expected, you have the ability to defy the heavens. A large man with a dragon beard walked over with a divine bow in his hands. He casually pulled back the bowstring. There was no arrow attached, but a vibrating sound rang out, making one's soul shatter. This type of method left everyone horrified. An empty arrow pierced through the heart. Not having an arrow was even better than having an arrow. It made even Yi Fan's expression change. When he faced this person, he felt a type of danger. This mustached man gave off a very strange feeling. It was as if he had experienced so many eons, and the aura of time was heavier than everyone else. Corpse Emperor. He announced his name. At this cultivation realm, He slaughtered the heavens, thinking that he was the sole ruler. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't treat others politely at all. However now, he took the initiative to announce his name, proving the respect and apprehension he felt towards Yifan. "It's you, the corpse emperor from the underworld." Yifan was shocked. He had previously visited the underworld, fighting against hell-suppressing emperor, understanding many secrets. There was a giant from the underworld who left, entering Origin Ancient Mine, calling himself Corpse Emperor. "Correct, it's me." The large man nodded. His origins were extremely strange. He was the second person in this world to turn from a corpse into a living body, ultimately achieving the Tao and becoming an emperor. He was extremely powerful. It was rumored that he was dug up by someone from the depths of the underworld. As for what era he belonged to, it was impossible to say for sure. There was an ancient monument accompanying him, and based on those characters, it should be a corpse from the chaotic ancient era. From a corpse to an emperor, this type of person was extremely terrifying. Another matchless expert after the underworld empress. He naturally had his own terrifying aspects. Wang. The bowstring without an arrow trembled again. He continuously pulled it 8 times, but in the end, it was empty 7 times, making one's primordial spirit shatter. The 8th time, it turned into a streak of corpse energy, descending from the heavens. That wasn't a normal arrow, but rather a boundless waterfall. It was boundless and boundless, unknown just how many li in length it was. It even submerged the ruined starry river. From a corpse to an emperor, the corpse emperor's body still contained death energy, even more vast than a sea of stars. If the quasi-emperor made contact with even a bit of it, he would turn into pus and blood, exploding and dying. Now, the endless death energy surged over. Yifan released a long roar. Dragon-shaped blood energy rushed out from the top of his head, and the all-life source energy cauldron flew up. It could devour all creatures, and the corpse energy was actually a type of replenishment. It wasn't limited to spiritual energy, and it could even absorb the primal chaos of all living things. Holy body, you really are quite daring. I believe with your ability, you should be able to guess that we came into the world with a determination to kill you, yet you still dared to come. The speaker's tone was especially forceful. His words were resounding, making everyone's minds tremble. This was an unmatched expert, and even the supreme beings felt a chill down their spines. It's actually the great Pang Emperor. Grandma Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Who would have thought that the one who came into the world from that place would be the Pang Emperor? The Corpse Emperor also sighed in admiration. There's nothing I can do about it. My luck is quite bad, and I drew this lot, so I had no choice but to come into the world ahead of time. The golden-winged great Pang Emperor said coldly. His figure was majestic and tall, his head of golden hair fluttering about. He walked out from the dark cosmos, and golden light immediately shone endlessly, illuminating the entire ancient battlefield. It was as if he was cast from gold, filled with a type of demonic nature. His gaze was sharp, and in his hand was a divine sword with a total of 28 segments of the god-striking whip. His divine might was matchless. This time, one person from each of the 4 great restricted regions came out to kill Yifan. The ones who came out were all well-known unrivaled figures. Wang. The great Pang Emperor brandished the golden divine whip, crushing the cosmos. It released woo-woo terrifying whistling sounds as it struck towards Yifan's face. It was cold and emotionless, and over 10,000 great Tao symbols erupted. This person could only be described with one word. Powerful beyond compare. Dang. The cauldron above Yifan's head flew up, colliding with the great Pang Emperor, erupting with a terrifying aura. The two ruptured, and the shock waves directly extended towards various parts of the ancient battlefield. It was as if a terrifying wave was overflowing into the heavens, incomparably majestic. This was a type of universe wonder rarely seen since ancient times. Honglong. The great Pang Emperor was extremely conceited. The golden divine whip in his hand could kill deities and even demon kings. His bravery was unstoppable, and he didn't stop after taking action. He continued to slaughter his way forward. Yifan fought fiercely against him. It was a battle between deities the moment they met. Clearly, the great Pang Emperor was a battle maniac. Even though he was a supreme being, his nature didn't change. He wanted nothing more than to fight to the death with Yifan. Streak after streak of golden light tore through the cosmos sea. the golden divine whip continuously brandished about. Great Peng Emperor, don't forget that we came into being to kill him. We didn't come to satisfy your battle intent. Grandma Xian reminded. I remember. The great Peng Emperor retreated and stopped his attacks. Yi Fan frowned. He knew that he had encountered a great enemy. Regardless of whether it was the Spirit Emperor or the great Peng Emperor, their strength far surpassed his expectations. None of these four were weak, and they were worthy of being peerless emperors. Saint Physique, strictly speaking, you aren't our opponent. Even though you killed a few supreme beings in the past, it was only because their blood energy was dried up that they were ground to death by you. Today, you won't have another chance. The Corpse Emperor shouted. Only after fighting will I know that you all can't kill me. Today will be the day you all take your heads. Yi Fan said coldly. What a pity for a hero like you. The Spirit Emperor sighed. With a hong sound, a terrifying forbidden land appeared behind him. The southern heavenly gate towered majestically. This was precisely the divine ruins. It was as if he had crossed over 10,000 stellar rivers to arrive here from the Big Dipper star region. In reality, this wasn't the true divine ruins, but rather the supreme imprint of this life-forbidden region. All of the Tao marks were released, and they were imprinted here from the Big Dipper star region, laying down an unmatched divine formation. Then behind Grandma Xian, an enormous grave rose up like a mountain, extending into a large expanse. Even though it was a cemetery, it flowed with immortal aura and auspicious light. This was Immortal Mausoleum. It was separated by a sea of stars, engraving Tao marks, recreating the scene of the Forbidden Region, making this place Grandma Xian's main battlefield. Then, an ancient mine appeared. It was pitch black, deep and immeasurable. The surrounding mountains rose and fell, vast like a hibernating dragon. However, immediately afterwards, the ancient mine took in and sent out the starlight of the cosmos, making this place shine resplendently. The Corpse Emperor towered in the absolute beginning Forbidden Region. This was also engraved from Tao marks, forming an unmatched divine formation, turning this place into his main battlefield. Yi Fan sighed. Even though the great Forbidden Regions didn't truly cross over, they moved the most terrifying imperial Tao formation over, truly reappearing. It was as if the great Forbidden Regions were standing here, surrounding him. Finally, an enormous sound rang out. The 9 mountain ranges were vast and boundless, connected to a giant island, suppressing downwards. They appeared behind the great Peng Emperor, the scene astonishing. Yi Fan's expression changed again and again, the light in his eyes shining brilliantly and then dimming. Even though this wasn't the first time he saw the most mysterious Forbidden Region, Heaven Dome, also known as Heaven Burial Island, he was still shocked. Heaven Burial Island was an enormous island that floated above the eastern wastelands. Normally, it was hidden in the void, impossible to see. Its main body was like a giant coffin, while the 9 mountain ridges that extended outwards were like 9 true dragons, majestic and majestic. They possessed an extremely imposing aura that shook one's heart. Every time Yi Fan saw it, he would be endlessly bewildered. It was because this was too similar to the 9 dragons pulling a coffin he saw back then, to the extent where it could even be said to be carved from the same mold. The 9 dragons pulled an enormous bronze ancient coffin, its whereabouts unknown. Yi Fan had searched many times before, but he didn't find anything. Now, Heaven Burial Island appeared, leaving him shaken. Chapter 1775. The 4 forbidden areas appeared together, standing majestically and forming a 3-dimensional formation that surrounded Yi Fan. Although they didn't physically descend, this kind of imprint was no different from the real scene. The mountains and rivers were majestic, and the great formation appeared. It was truly a land of destruction. Yi Fan was in deep danger. He was trapped here, and each forbidden area was an imperial formation that firmly locked the mythical battlefield. It could be said that he had no way out. If he wanted to escape, he could only kill his way out and be dyed in imperial blood. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. He was no stranger to the other 3 forbidden areas. Only the last one, although he had been there a few times, was still shrouded in fog. Young man, you won't be able to escape today. The Spirit Emperor shouted. That silver blade emitted strands of holy splendor as it hovered beside him, exuding a heaven-devouring aura. The myriad chi cauldron above Yi Fan's head bobbed up and down. There was a bright red liquid flowing on the walls of the cauldron. The blood of the past supreme beings hadn't dried up yet. The phantoms of the Stone Emperor, the unfettered celestial being, and the beast god appeared, engraved on the cauldron. I've lived until now because I killed and not because I was scared. My cauldron hasn't tasted the blood of a supreme being for many years. Today, I'll kill to my heart's content. These words were sonorous and powerful, shaking the entire starry sea and spreading to the outside of the mythical battlefield. All the powerful races in the universe were trembling. They had been paying attention to this great battle, but they didn't dare to approach. No one knew why, but now they finally heard the voice. With a honglong sound, the 4 great restricted areas closed up, turning this place into a vast restricted battlefield. Although you're not the first to make the people in the forbidden areas join hands, you're not simple either. You deserve to be proud. Even in the most glorious history of deities, there will be a place for you. The 4 supreme beings each represented a land. They were well prepared and swore to kill Yi Fan. I'm really curious about the mysterious origins of the high heavens, also known as the Burial Island, a forbidden zone. No one expected that Yi Fan would suddenly say these words when the battle was about to begin. He wasn't worried about his own life and death, but wanted to find out the secret. It's so ancient that no one knows about it, the great Pang Emperor said coldly. Burial Island was a mysterious place. Even the supreme beings of the various forbidden regions couldn't explain it clearly, because the great Pang Emperor and the others didn't find anything when they entered. They only knew that it had existed for an extremely long time, experiencing countless great tribulations. It was as if it was a divine land that buried the heavens. However, the ancient cave had long been empty, nothing left behind. There was a type of undying aura here that might be able to slow down the flow of time, or it could be said that there was a type of long-lasting aura that could give one vitality, preventing them from declining prematurely. This type of transcendent divine land naturally became a precious land that supreme beings needed the most, turning into a great life-forbidden zone. This was what Yi Fan had learned from others. He didn't know the specific secrets, so he wanted to get to the bottom of it. Unfortunately, the 4 great masters didn't know either, and even if they did, they couldn't be bothered to tell him. Kill! Right now, killing Yi Fan was the most important thing. The great rock emperor roared. The golden whip in his hand streaked across Heaven Burial Island and slashed down, wanting to kill Yi Fan. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? In the end, Stone Emperor, Beast God, and unfettered celestial being will all end up like you. I'll kill all of you. Yi Fan also roared. He was incomparably domineering. His long black hair danced about chaotically, making him look like a demonic god. The celestial emperor's fist reappeared in the world after so many years. He slaughtered his way towards the rock emperor and forcefully clashed with the golden whip. The 4 great experts moved together. The ruins of God, ancient origin mine, immortal mausoleum, and burial island all trembled. Endless symbols extended out, covering this part of the cosmos. Everyone stood in their own direction, on their own main battlefield. They were all too familiar with their respective forbidden regions. Those formation patterns could make them stronger, but they would also injure Yi Fan. This time, they were extremely meticulous in killing Yi Fan. Do you think you can kill me like this? It's not like I haven't been to these places before. The all-life source cauldron above Yi Fan's head transformed into the celestial emperor's fist, slaughtering in all directions. It was as if a celestial emperor had descended into this world. Divine light shone endlessly as he forcefully shook the forbidden regions. Today you will undoubtedly die. The corpse emperor drew his bow. There were still no arrows, but killing intent surged. The instant the bowstring was released, Yi Fan felt as if the space between his brows was being cut by a blade. The all-life source cauldron descended, blocking the formless arrow in front of his brows. Then, the line secret art spun, and he directly slaughtered his way over, entering the absolute beginning forbidden region to kill the corpse emperor. However, the heart-palpitating aura that appeared earlier appeared again. It was as if he saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood, scenes of immortals falling. Everything before his eyes was scarlet red. At the same time, a streak of exceptionally sharp sword energy shot out, flying towards Yi Fan. He quickly retreated, but despite this being the case, a streak of blood still flew out from his shoulder. Immediately afterwards, the aura of this place completely changed, becoming completely different. Killing intent seeped into the bones, a bitter aura covering heaven and earth. The world became a blood-red expanse, the smell of blood assailing the nostrils. Even the 4 great forbidden regions were the same. All of them dyed the color of blood. Hazy bloody mist swirled about, extremely astonishing. Baleful energy overflowed into the heavens, killing intent boundless. 4 killing swords hung in different directions, entirely dark red in color. The killing intent they released was terrifying and astonishing, making even supreme beings shiver inwardly. Every single killing sword had an indistinct imprint, the terrifying diagram of slaughtering immortals recorded on them. It made one shiver inwardly. That type of aura spread, the coldness seeping into the supreme being's bones. Yi Fan broke out into a cold shiver. He recognized what these were. They were the legendary era's spiritual treasure celestial beings' 4 killing swords, able to kill immortals, kill emperors, nothing they couldn't cut through. The heart-palpitating feeling he felt before was precisely because of the 4 immortal swords' hibernation. They were the world's most terrifying vicious weapons, unbreakable by 10,000 tribulations, passed down until now, creating endless bloody calamities. It is rumored that these are vicious weapons that have been soaked in immortal blood. Today, the 4 of us will send you off with them. You can also be considered to be looking down on the world. Old Immortal said coldly. Yi Fan didn't say anything, instead raising his head towards the heavens. There was a formation diagram slowly moving, chaotic energy hazy, great down natural laws spreading, covering the entire legendary battlefield. This made his pupils rapidly contract. The spiritual treasure celestial beings killing formation diagram also appeared. The danger zone was already established. If Pang Bo was here, he would definitely cry out in alarm. The heaven-reaching sect masters' 4 immortal slaying swords and the formation diagram were all gathered together, unmatched under the heavens. Who could stop him? Even though Yi Fan didn't have the heaven-reaching sect master's definition, he also knew that it really wasn't far off. The killing formation left behind by the spiritual treasure celestial being could be considered number 1 since ancient times. It was because he created the group secret character. His attainments in formations were unmatched in this world. His entire life's essence was left behind in the killing formation diagram, together with the 4 killing swords that were rumored to have soaked in immortal blood. It was unmatched under the heavens. It was rumored that as long as the sword formation was complete and controlled by a great emperor, it could definitely kill a peak imperial Dao supreme being. Meanwhile now, there were 4 supreme beings controlling this ancient number 1 killing formation. Who could break through it? Being trapped within, even if it wasn't a situation of inevitable death, it was more or less the same. This was a great crisis. Yi Fan was trapped deep within the formation, encountering the most terrifying calamity since he was born. A single mishap would result in his body and soul being destroyed. During these years, you guys have truly gone through a lot of trouble, hiding from heaven's mysteries, operating natural luck, always searching for the 4 swords in the formation diagram. In the end, you guys finally obtained them. Yi Fan sighed softly. No wonder the life-restricted region waited until today before taking action with such confidence. Not long ago, they found and refined the last immortal sword, finally having no more misgivings. You also sent people to search, but how can you compare to us? The corpse monarch sneered. During all these years, Yi Fan had indeed prepared all kinds of backup plans, among which, he had to obtain the 4 immortal swords in the formation diagram, but he still didn't obtain anything. This is your end? Do you really think you are unmatched under the heavens? Becoming enemies with the restricted region, it is still difficult for you to escape the fate of death. In the past, I didn't take you in because I was too lazy to touch you. The spirit monarch roared, activating the immortal sword. A streak of bloody light immediately flew over, slashing towards Yi Fan. Kill! The other 3 great supreme beings took action at the same time. The 4 immortal swords shook, tens of thousands of streaks of chaotic sword radiance hacking over. Bloody light filled the skies, drowning out this place. This was a fatal blow, not even the greatest hero able to block it. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head rose and fell, releasing dang-dang sounds. It was riddled with scars from the 10,000 swords, suffering a heavy blow from the number 1 killing formation of past and present. Meanwhile, if not for this cauldron's defensive strength being astonishing, Yi Fan might have already suffered many sword injuries, unable to evade at all. The formation diagram swirled, the 4 swords shining, possessing heaven-defying war immortal power. This wasn't only the embodiment of the secret formation, but also the embodiment of the ultimate profound mysteries numinous treasure celestial being spent his entire life researching formations. It turned into the most powerful killing formation, activating a great killing tribulation at this moment. Yi Fan roared angrily. Irregular scenes were displayed, the all-life source cauldron covering his body, resisting and attacking this first killing formation. He slaughtered his way towards a corner, wishing to break through this formation. At this time, all types of secret methods were displayed, his body actually showing signs of turning into primal chaos. However, at this moment, the four great supreme beings steeled their hearts to kill him, doing everything they could to operate the great formation. Moreover, every single one of their weapons were separately suspended above the formation gate, merging with the four swords, increasing the formation's power. Apart from this, the imprints left behind by the four great restricted regions all revived at this time, turning into four great formations, vaguely showing signs of resonating with that formation diagram, crushing forward together. There was no way out of this situation of inevitable death. The four great supreme beings controlled the improved version of the first killing formation, unable to break through it no matter what they did. Yi Fan entered the most dangerous situation. Ever since he was born, he had never been in such a passive state, unable to dissolve it even if he wanted to. This wasn't something a human could do. Dang! The all-life source cauldron was pierced through. With a pu sound, a bloody hole appeared on his body. This was the first attack. What followed was a torrential storm of attacks. Sure enough, the formation diagram revolved, the aura becoming increasingly powerful. With the four supreme beings controlling it, the 8 weapons moved in unison, immortal light shooting out, the killing tribulation boundless, no one able to contend against or dissolve it. Even with Yi Fan's tremendous divine abilities, blood still blossomed within the formation. The instant the all-life cauldron was broken through, he faced the first killing formation directly, suffering several tens of streaks of primal chaos sword radiance. Blood dyed the great formation red. Even though Yi Fan had the ability to connect the heavens and move the earth, he still couldn't do anything alone. This wasn't something a human could contend against. With so many supreme beings controlling the first killing formation since ancient times, it was useless for anyone to face it alone, difficult to contend against. Ha ha! Old Fairy laughed loudly, but her eyes became increasingly cold. In this kind of killing tribulation, if you can still survive, then that really is heaven-defying. Not only am I going to defy the heavens, I'm going to kill all of you. Yi Fan shouted. Chapter 1776. Blood splashed 3,000 feet high. This was a true portrayal. Yi Fan was trapped in the formation and suffered from hundreds and thousands of sword chi. He was seriously injured. The situation was extremely critical. Ling Bao Tianzuan was a peerless figure in terms of his attainments in the field of formation inscriptions. His formation diagram contained boundless murderous intent that drove the four swords to shoot out. They were indestructible and even great emperors would be slashed into pieces. Yi Fan was covered in blood. The wounds on his body were terrifying. There were no less than 20 bloody holes in his front and back. Scarlet blood sprayed everywhere. Each drop could pierce through a quasi-emperor. A cornered beast struggling in vain, the Spirit Emperor said coldly. Now they had the absolute initiative. Once the number 1 killing formation was activated, it was controlled by 4 emperors. It could be said that it was invincible. No one would be able to stop it. Fight! Yi Fan shouted. His hands moved as he used the Battle Saint technique. A fiery red divine cauldron flew up. It was the Eternal Universe Cauldron. It gave off a fiery light that could burn down the star domain. Then, an ancient mirror rose and floated above his head, shining with immortal light. Next, a sharp immortal sword shot out. The Tai Sovereign sword took shape and slashed the heaven and earth. All kinds of extreme weapons attacked the killing formation. Yi Fan used all his methods in hopes of breaking it. Unfortunately, they couldn't break through the formation and were all destroyed by the swordlight. At this time, the formation rumbled. The world seemed to have been refined. The killing intent of the heavenly killing formation filled the air. The 4 gates of the formation were becoming more and more terrifying. Not only were the 4 swords shaking, but the other 4 weapons also completely fused in, increasing their power. Chi! On one of the gates, the Spirit Emperor's silver divine sword shot out. The sword Chi was like the sea as it slashed towards Yi Fan's body. The myriad Chi cauldron had long been broken. The sword Chi permeated the air and rushed into Yi Fan's body, causing him to tremble violently. He kept retreating, leaving bloody footprints in the air. With the support of the formation, the power of the silver sword was many times stronger. It was indestructible. The moment the sword qi entered his body, Yi Fan almost exploded. Buzz! The sound of a bowstring vibrating could be heard as a beam of divine light shot out. The corpse emperor's longbow that was hanging on the other formation gate released its might, shooting out a resplendent beam of light. Yi Fan struck out with his hands, shattering the beams of light. However, the bowstring trembled continuously, and the beams of light were endless, covering the sky and covering the earth. He was immediately exhausted. With a pu sound, his shoulder was pierced through, followed by his abdomen, chest, thigh, and other parts of his body. They were all penetrated by the terrifying light beam, and only the dozen or so arrows aimed at his forehead were shattered. Yi Fan had fallen into a hopeless situation. The killing array's reputation was not in vain. It could indeed be said to be world-shaking and difficult to break. If this continued, he would undoubtedly die. The immortal slaying sword diagram that Pang Bo had been longing for had really appeared. Since ancient times, killing had always been the most important. Now that it was fully activated, gods would kill gods, and immortals would kill immortals. At this time, the 4 immortal swords all flew up, leaving the formation gate, entering the formation to slaughter Yi Fan, leaving behind the other 4 to protect the formation. Every single immortal sword was bright red and replete with moisture. A bloody aura assailed one's face. When facing any one of them, it was as if one was in a sea of blood. Heaven overflowing scarlet light flew about, vast and boundless. No wonder there were people in the world who said that they could kill immortals. This type of aura was too ferocious, the baleful energy incomparable. Emperor artifacts were unmatched. The number 1 vicious weapon turned into 4 streaks of bloody light, piercing through the air, leaving behind endless great Tao symbols in the sky. They clashed intensely with Yi Fan, and in the end, they shattered it, killing it until it exploded. When they saw Yi Fan reconstruct his true body with a single thought, the 4 great supreme beings were all moved. This was the first time they felt that the divine body was so difficult to kill, its vitality too great. Is he purposely shedding blood to comprehend sword intent? This is courting death. Spirit Emperor sneered. How daring, using blood to devour sword intent. Even in this type of situation, he still doesn't know the difference between life and death. Old Immortal also said coldly. Yi Fan indeed felt a sense of powerlessness. This boundless killing formation was difficult to break through. No matter how great one's magical force was, under the 4 supreme beings' control, they could only suffer a disaster here. At this time, the blood he previously shed all began to shine in the void, arranging strange patterns and deriving great Tao divine laws. Using your own blood to form Tao imprints to help you comprehend? It's useless even if you shed all of your divine blood. If you want to defy the heavens, you can only die. Great Peng Emperor sneered. He activated the formation and seized the opportunity to attack. Yi Fan sighed. He felt deep admiration towards the spiritual treasure celestial being. This type of formation pattern was indeed unmatched from past to present. It was difficult to break through. He knew that if this continued, he would undoubtedly die. His entire body began to shine, including the damaged cauldron. Irregular phenomena, 9 secrets, Celestial Emperor's fist, 5 elements divine light, and all of the other secret techniques and profound mysteries appeared, interweaving together. Then, chaotic energy surged, violently colliding. The radiance broke through the eternal, refining the void here, wrapping around Yi Fan, forming a cauldron. Yi Fan evolved his own Tao, transforming in this desperate situation, almost transforming into the Tao. He evolved towards the primal chaos to ultimately transcend. The cauldron nurtured the 100 scriptures, the immortal scriptures burned, transforming into flames to refine an unmatched precious body. This was a terrifying transformation. 10,000 Tao resonated, turning into symbols and entering the primal chaos flame to refine the cauldron. It was going to burn out a true self. Back then, when Yi Fan fought against the unfettered celestial being, he was forced into a dangerous situation by the latter's unmatched divine speed. He had evolved his own Tao like this, devouring the attacks of the outside world. Now, it was even more dangerous than that battle. He could die in battle at any time, so he evolved his own great Tao once again to resist. This type of technique was extremely dangerous. Advancing at the edge of transforming into the Tao, even if it wasn't 10 out of 10 deaths, it wasn't far off. There was a high chance that he would become primal chaos, forever returning to nature. However, the cauldron nurtured the 100 scriptures, containing 10,000 Tao. This type of technique was truly terrifying. It devoured all energy, turning the attacks into cauldron flames to refine the floating flesh-precious cauldron. Chong, chong, chong. 10,000 streaks of sword energy flew out. The 4 immortal swords shook with zhang sounds. The sword energy carried bloody radiance and chaotic energy. They all struck that cauldron, causing kung chong sounds to ring out. At this moment, the damage they inflicted on Yifan wasn't that great anymore. All of the beams of light entered the light cocoon, becoming a part of the cauldron flames to refine that true body. This result made the 4 great supreme beings suck in a cold breath of air. This type of method was truly heaven-defying. It could actually break through the #1 killing formation since the ancient times? Impossible, no one could break through this formation. This was especially the case when the 4 of them were in charge. If it really was broken through, then Yifan would truly be comparable to a war immortal. Honglong. The great Peng Emperor took action. His bearing was astonishing. He was tall and sturdy, and his head of thick golden hair fluttered about. Even his pupils were golden in color. He was incomparably intimidating. At this moment, the space between his brows erupted with light. The golden whip broke free from the formation gate and directly entered the killing formation. It crushed heaven and earth as it smashed towards Yifan. This unrivaled strike wasn't just the activation of the formation diagram. It was also the great Peng Emperor's ultimate attack. With the addition of 2 factors, it was enough to shock both ancient and modern times. Boundless golden light surged. The golden whip was like a living war god descending into the primal chaos. It struck Yifan's body cauldron, emitting a loud sound. With a pu sound, he was shaken until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Streaks of blood appeared on the surface of his body. Then, his body split into pieces, almost exploding into pieces. Kill, he won't be able to hold on for long. Don't give him a chance. The great Peng Emperor's eyes were filled with madness. This madman had an indescribable wildness and killing intent. The 4 of them circulated their magic power together, activating the formation diagram. The 4 immortal swords were revived to the extreme. They were glistening red, and the blurry diagrams on the swords reappeared. They were slaughtering immortals. The scene was astonishing. Within a vast immortal domain, the formation diagram and the 4 killing swords slaughtered in all directions. Bloody light rushed into the heavens, dyeing the world red. And now, the formation diagram pressed down. The 4 swords slashed down with unparalleled might, splitting apart the primal chaos. Yifan's body finally couldn't withstand it and was split apart once again. The divine sound of the great Tao rang out. Chaotic light surged. Yifan reconstructed his true body with great difficulty. All kinds of light danced about, turning into a furnace that wrapped around him. The scriptures rang out endlessly. It was as if 3,000 Buddhas were chanting sutras, as if 100,000 gods and devils were roaring, or as if all the ancient people were offering sacrifices. It was mysterious and terrifying. A powerful aura spread out. Good brat, you still want to perfect your Tao even at death's door. You want us to become your cauldron? Are you a martial idiot or do you not know the immensity of the heavens and earth? The great Peng Emperor shouted. Yifan was indeed audacious. Even when he was in a dangerous situation, he still used a supreme technique. All things were his cauldron, tempering his body. He truly comprehended a bit of sword intent. Also, our secret techniques were also absorbed. If this continues, he might be able to transcend. The Spirit Emperor frowned. He is a genius. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the most powerful divine body in history. Unfortunately, he won't have the chance. So what if he absorbed and refined a portion of the profound mysteries? He still can't break through the #1 killing formation. Together with our techniques and Tao, he will undoubtedly die. Honglong Glong. Divine Ruins, Origin Ancient Mine, Immortal Mausoleum, High Heavens, which was also Heaven Burial Island, the 4 great restricted regions suppressed over together, resonating with that formation diagram. Endless formation patterns extended, about to suppress Yifan to death. These methods were used together. No one could hold on. Even if Yifan was a heaven-warping genius, establishing that Tao, it still wasn't enough. Chaotic energy exploded. The cauldron became unstable and was on the verge of breaking apart. Overestimating your own capabilities. You want to resist the #1 killing formation alone, as well as our joint attacks. The situation was already set. The 4 great supreme beings all released a breath of relief. If they continued any longer, Yi Fan would undoubtedly die. However, this opponent was truly shocking. He actually persisted for such a long time. It was a bit heaven-defying. The cauldron flames tempered it. Scriptures rumbled, incomparably vast. Streaks of bloody scars appeared on the body of the cauldron. Even though it did its best to absorb the 10,000 daos and comprehend the profound mysteries of the 4 great restricted regions, it still couldn't hold on for much longer. There had never been anyone who dared to be so daring, borrowing several sovereign realm experts to cultivate, using their unmatched profound mysteries to temper one's own body, turning it into a Dao flame. This was simply dancing with one's life. Suddenly, Yi Fan released a long roar, shattering the chaotic light cocoon. Then, with a shake of his hand, an immortal treasure diagram appeared. It came from the primal chaos dragon nest, the place where the vicious person was buried. When this diagram unfolded, an immortal flame completely formed from symbols appeared, burning down the endless starry sky. A portion of the killing formation's boundless killing intent was melted away. You actually collected the immortal flame. The corpse monarch was startled. This was the immortal flame of the 10th layer of the fire domain. Back then, the ancient desolate tower had floated there, borrowing it to refine its body and repair its cracks. Later on, it entered the flying immortal star-sealed land. The existences in the Forbidden Zone were somewhat afraid of this flame, because in the past, those who possessed it did not have a good ending. This time, they had also tried to search for it, but in the end, they did not find it. Unexpectedly, Yi Fan had taken it away. The spirit monarch's expression changed immediately. He said, "There is an immortal flame's origin. In that case, there might be hope for your disciple. He might not be completely crippled." "You're wrong. I've never been crippled." A loud shout came from the void, and boundless golden light erupted. Yi Tong was like a golden sun crashing over. With a loud boom, he directly killed his way to one of the killing formation's gates. The great rock monarch sneered and said, "So what if both of you are here together? You still cannot break the first killing formation. All of you will die." Boom. However, just as he finished speaking, an extremely ferocious and tyrannical fist force suddenly blasted over. It rushed into the formation gate and sent him flying, blood flowing everywhere. An unparalleled expert with disheveled hair and a majestic figure appeared. It was actually the old madman that he had not seen for many years. If one person can't do it, then can 4 people take the immortal swords from your 4 swords gates? Another thunderous voice rang out. The demonic human appeared with a white bone club in his hand. He swung it down and smashed it into another formation gate, sending Grandma Xian flying. She coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. This scene shocked the human world. No one had expected such a thing to happen. Chapter 1777. You all actually unknowingly reached this cultivation realm? The corpse emperor was shocked. These changes were too sudden, exceeding his imagination and expectations. How could those who were much weaker than them succeed? Only those who weren't too far off could make them cough out blood. Do you all think you can kill my master after preparing for so many years? Not only do you all have confidence, we have also been waiting for this moment. Yi Tong shouted. They had endured for so many years just for the sake of breaking through today's situation, killing the supreme beings in the restricted region, quelling the hidden darkness chaos with a single battle. Good, you all truly have some methods. You all reached this cultivation realm, yet we actually didn't know about it and were deceived. Immortal Grandma was furious. She wiped away the blood at the corner of her lips and stared at the human devil. Now, everything was clear. Yi Fan hadn't appeared in the world for several hundred years, sitting in Undying Mountain, waiting for the people at his side to break through and reach the realm where they could fight supreme beings. Then, he would defeat them in one battle. During these years, the restricted region had been searching for the spiritual treasure celestial beings formation diagram and the 4 immortal swords, hoping to kill Yi Fan with the smallest price, not losing a single person. Meanwhile, how could the other side not be like this? They were also seeking the safest battle. Finally, the day they waited for finally arrived. Their cultivation realms matched, so they didn't fear the ultimate battle against them. No wonder the heavenly mysteries became chaotic several times in the past few hundred years, unable to be divined. Moreover, there would occasionally be a great chaotic tribulation. I originally thought that it was the great young body persevering, but it was all an illusion to hide the fact that the ones crossing the tribulation were actually you all. Sacred body, your cultivation is terrifyingly profound after all, tricking us all. The Spirit Emperor stared at Yi Fan at the center of the Great Formation. I fear that it is also related to this immortal diagram, using it to hide the heavenly mysteries. The Great Peng Emperor's expression was cold as he stared at the sparkling diagram scroll that seemed to be forged from stellar radiance. This diagram had been passed down since ancient times, from the legendary era to the archaic era, and then to the desolate era. It had passed through different owners, for example, Celestial Being, Emperor of Fighting, Great Emperor Vicious. There were originally only stars on the diagram, nothing else. It was unknown what era it came from, but a few other imprints were produced on the back of the diagram, as well as the marking of immortal ascension. This diagram was extremely mysterious, terrifyingly ancient. Some people said that it was the imprint of this cosmos. There were others who said that it originated from the ancient chaos era, refined by a heavenly emperor. It recorded the entire great cosmos' divine traces, possessing the ultimate profound mysteries. Do you all really think that we are meat on the chopping block? This era is different from the past. Not even supreme beings can do as they please. Yi Tong shouted. Ha ha! The Great Peng Emperor laughed heartily. His golden hair was resplendent and dazzling. He was like a heavenly deity, exuding an unrivaled and unparalleled aura. Even if you guys aren't simple, you are still far from being a match for a supreme being. You've only just touched the threshold. He looked down on the world. This was a type of unmatched confidence. Forget about the fact that these people hadn't reached the peak of the domain yet. Even if they completely achieved the Tao, strictly speaking, they still wouldn't be a match for an ascended supreme being. So many people have come to die, let's catch them all in one go. Spirit Emperor said. Even though they were shocked, they were, after all, once ancient emperors. They quickly calmed down and announced that they were going to eliminate everyone. Moreover, after calming down, they stared at Yi Tong, the old lunatic, and the others with burning eyes. To them, this was simply a great medicine of the mortal world. If they could harvest and refine it, it would be greatly beneficial to them. The Great Peng Emperor's meat must be delicious. However, the human demon's words immediately incited their anger. The food and great medicine in their eyes actually had such thoughts. It was simply arrogant to the point of making one's hair stand on end. This was disgraceful. Someone dared to eat an Emperor realm expert? Since ancient times, no one had ever been profaned like this. You're courting death. The corpse Emperor roared. You're the ones courting death. A clap of thunder resounded in the sky. A monkey covered in dazzling golden light descended from the sky, swinging down with an immortal iron rod in his hand. Clang! Even though the corpse emperor was known for his indestructible golden body and was immortal through myriad tribulations, the space between his thumb and forefinger split open after being struck by this iron rod. Blood stained the area as he retreated. The sacred prince had arrived. His eyes were fiery and his blood energy was as vast as the ocean. His battle intent was high as if he was an undefeatable god of war. Good, 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 I've underestimated you all. The corpse emperor said coldly. He suddenly pointed at Yi Fan in the formation and said, even if the four of you came, it would be difficult to save him. He's destined to die in the killing formation. You've overestimated yourself. My master entered the formation only to use you to cultivate. Now that we've arrived, it only proves that his cultivation has ended, Yi Tong said. After hearing these words, even though the four supreme beings were transcendent, they were still enraged. Since ancient times, who could make use of them? This was simply looking down on them too much. He was merely a saint physique. No matter how powerful he was still not a true great emperor. Yet, he dared to act like this. This was too much. Of course, they understood that Yi Tong was purposely mocking them. There shouldn't be such a madman in this world, who dared to enter such a desperate situation to comprehend the Tao. All of you are ants. All of you must die. At this moment, perhaps this was the only sentence that could show off their dignity, as well as how they looked down on their opponents. You're all too conceited. At the center of the formation, Yi Fan borrowed the protection of the runic flames and the immortal diagram. His body rumbled as he recovered from his injuries. This is a golden era that has never been seen since ancient times. So what? The great Pang Emperor roared. In this era, all of the geniuses from the various eras will awaken in this era, and they will all live in the same era. In such an era, even supreme beings can't do as they please. It's not an era where you can start a dark upheaval or destroy the world. Yi Fan shouted with an incomparably cold expression. If you're a dragon, coil up for me. If you're a tiger, lie down for me. If you want to display your supreme prestige in this era, I'm sorry, but what awaits you is a great confrontation between the strongest geniuses of all ages. He pointed at the human demon, Yi Tong, the sacred prince, and then at the four prime venerables. Do you think they're weaker than the sacred Sun Emperor and the Emperor of Fighting? Do you know how many people like them there are in this era? If you don't understand what a true golden era is, you can only decline and perish in this era. The true meaning of the golden era is finally being displayed at this moment. What monarchs rising together? What myriad bloodlines competing? None of this is real. This era will suppress the supreme beings of the forbidden regions until they can't even raise their heads. This is the true meaning of the golden era. If you don't obediently lay low, all of you will be finished. Yi Fan's words were deafening. They rushed into the distance, leaving the mythical battlefield and spreading into the cosmos, affecting the true forbidden regions of the Big Dipper. Without a doubt, these words had an extremely powerful impact, causing the hearts of all the venerables to turn cold. Perhaps these words weren't false. There were indeed many terrifying heroes in this era. Dowie, Zhang Byron, the Emperor. There were truly many of them. Some were the descendants of the great emperors. Presumably, when they underwent their final tribulations, they had their father's trump cards to hide. There were also some whose identities were unknown to this day. Even the prime venerables might not be able to guess their identities when they paid close attention to them. This era was different from the past. The true meaning of the golden era was finally being displayed. Boom! The inevitable battle erupted. The human demon had become younger and more vigorous. Due to the great increase in his strength, his hair was now black and his body was no longer withered. In fact, he had become much stronger. He was like a primitive man with his upper body naked. He wielded a white bone club and smashed against a formation gate. He stared at the great Pang Emperor and revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. He let out a primitive hunting cry as if he was about to hunt a ferocious bird. This kind of provocation naturally infuriated the great Pang Emperor. The two fiercely collided and their battle intent soared into the sky. Now wasn't the time to hesitate. The decisive battle had begun. Yi Tong attacked. His entire body was covered in blazing flames. The fruits of his comprehension over the past few years were completely displayed. He rushed towards another formation gate and attacked the corpse emperor. This was because this supreme being had corpse energy within his body, while he had an extreme yang body. The all-encompassing essence flames of extreme yang filled the air, just enough to resist the corpse supreme being who had death energy within his body. The essence flames of extreme yang drowned the formation gate. The flames of battle raged and blood splattered everywhere. Yi Tong was fighting with his life on the line. Boom! The heaven and earth trembled. A matchless aura spread out, shaking the ancient skies. This was a type of fist force that was too tyrannical and unyielding. The old madman attacked. His left hand was the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, and his right was the heaven-shrouding divine seal. His hands transformed into a fist and a seal that shook the mortal world. It was ferocious and tyrannical as it directly attacked the spirit emperor. This kind of method was shocking. It caused the formation gate to rumble and sway. The monkey smiled bitterly. His opponent had already been chosen, so he could only turn around and face Grandma Xian. He didn't hold back at all. His battle Saint Qi surged as he swept through the world with his staff. Little monkey, even if your father comes back to life, he will only be of the same generation as me. You dare to rebel. Grandma Xian glared. Witch, stop flaunting your seniority. I'll send you on your way. The battle was incomparably intense. The 4 immortal gates were all swaying, and the entire mythical battlefield was trembling. The great formation had lost its controller. The formation diagram was still revolving, but it was no longer as overflowing as before. Yi Fan shook the immortal treasure diagram and swept it towards the 4 immortal swords, wanting to snatch them away. The great formation-breaking battle began. Strictly speaking, the four supreme beings were naturally stronger than the fighters. However, the more they fought, the more shocked they became. This was because there was someone else coming from the sky. A seemingly bashful and pure youth sat there. His large eyes were like black gemstones, and his face was ridiculously beautiful. He was as calm as a boulder as he sat in the void. He began to draw upon the great Tao of heaven and earth, coordinating with Yi Fan from the inside to break down the #1 killing formation. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. This youth had a type of immortal aura that was deep and immeasurable. He seemed even more mysterious and terrifying than Yi Fan's eldest disciple. "Don't you guys like to fight in groups? We're here. We'll fight you four as a group and torture you all until you go to heaven." Another tall figure appeared. He was incomparably majestic, ostentatious and domineering. It was precisely the warmonger Xianxia. Everyone felt a chill run down their backs. The holy physique Yi Fan truly made ample preparations. If he wanted to flatten a restricted region, he could do it with his current manpower. Xianxia immediately swooped down and joined the battle. This place immediately erupted with commotion. "Holy physique, hand over your life." Right at this time, reinforcements came from the Supreme Being's side. Huang Shudao, who had been missing for many years, appeared. He wanted to get revenge for his father. It was because during the Immortal Ascension battle 700 years ago, Yi Fan shattered the phoenix-winged golden hoe that his father turned into, killing him cleanly. He was originally someone who lived for the Tao, someone who went crazy for the Tao. He was a madman who focused on cultivation, but he couldn't resist the interference of his family. Today, he rushed over to unleash a massacre. "How lively, count me in as well." Dao Yi, who had been missing for many years, appeared, blocking Huang Shudao and fighting intensely against him. "Do you all want to destroy the cosmos?" There were people standing in the distance, transmitting sound from the distance. More people arrived, and the battle situation became more and more complicated. Chapter 1778. The one who spoke was Zhang Byron. He had an ordinary physique, but his true cultivation was unfathomable. His origins were mysterious, and no one knew. What a blood-boiling battle! After this battle, the structure of the world will be completely rewritten. Another person appeared, standing in the distance. He didn't come over either. "Old thing, your doomsday is here," Xianxia shouted. His divine physique was now complete, and his golden body was immortal. His surging blood qi was extremely majestic, and his fist power was unparalleled. He moved around the battlefield, attacking 4 formation gates in a row to break down the Great Formation. Boom! At this moment, the crazy old man was going crazy. He went from white-haired to middle-aged, and then to a teenager. The rapid transformation was astonishing. However, his aura was even more terrifying. His 5 great secret realms all shone, each with a true self sitting cross-legged. The divine light of the 5 elements shook the sky and tore apart the sky. The young crazy old man was ostentatious and domineering. His black hair stood on end as he punched forward, shaking the boundless universe. He was going to kill the Spirit Emperor. Woo! The pure and holy silver blade whistled as it stabbed towards the crazy old man. A silver spirit dragon took form and rushed forward. With a pu sound, the young crazy old man let the silver dragon penetrate his body. He activated the attainment formula, and his speed became even faster. He directly arrived in front of the Spirit Emperor, and a matchless punch landed on his body. Immediately, blood splashed everywhere. The heaven and earth were dyed red with their blood. It could be said to be extremely bitter. This was a battle where both sides suffered. In order to kill the enemy, the crazy old man disregarded his own life. In fact, this was also the most effective method, because the forbidden secret techniques and methods of the archaic emperors were unparalleled. The only thing they lacked was blood qi. This kind of reckless attack was the most useful. Both of them staggered backwards, leaving behind a trail of bloody footprints. Xianxia saw the crazy old man using the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and was immediately overjoyed. He descended to kill the Spirit Emperor together with him. Kill! The young crazy old man's body shone. The 5 selves sitting cross-legged in the 5 great secret realms all opened their eyes. At this time, a formless energy shocked the world. He transformed into the 5 elements body to fight the Spirit Emperor. Coupled with Xianxia's attack, the Spirit Emperor immediately became passive. He revealed a cruel smile amidst the blood, revealing his astonishing snow-white teeth. Extreme sublimation. I'll kill all of you. Jiao Ling Huang was enraged, and was the first to erupt with a terrifying aura. The power of a flawless Emperor Path expert filled the air. Kill them all and harvest the mortal world great medicine. The other three also coldly announced that they couldn't delay any longer. If they continued like this, they would definitely suffer a great loss. The mythical battlefield erupted with activity. The four supreme beings frantically absorbed the essence energy of the cosmos, drawing it from the void and drawing it from all living things. It was incomparably terrifying. All of them shone, as if millions of stars were exploding. This place was so hard to open one's eyes. It was completely melted. The sea of divine force was flowing, unmatched auras pervading the air. The monkey, human devil and the others encountered great trouble. The four great supreme beings were world-shattering. This type of divine aura spread, making even their hearts palpitate. This was going to be a bloody battle, an extremely tragic one. Boom! Suddenly, a strong presence exploded from the big formation. Yi Fan was trying to break through. Because the four beasts chose to ascend at the same time, it disturbed the universe. Even the formation map was suppressed and stopped for a moment. Moreover, the old lunatic, human devil, monkey and the others, as well as Komatsu who flew down, all made a wise decision. They suddenly attacked a formation gate together. With a wung sound, so many people took action. They used the opportunity when the supreme beings were preoccupied to obliterate the formation patterns here. They also circulated the army formula and plucked out an immortal sword with a chong sound. Not good. The great Peng Emperor was shocked. The great formation had a flaw, and it was only a matter of time before it was broken. His entire body shone with boundless golden light. The golden whip in his hand lashed out, slaughtering towards everyone. He wanted to use the identity of an unparalleled emperor to kill everyone here. Hong Long Glong. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. A golden fist smashed out from the great formation, colliding with the golden whip. An extreme might erupted, and the formation gate was completely blasted open. Half of Yi Fan's body stretched out, his entire body surging with a terrifying aura. His battle spirit swept through the ages, and his divine body supported the world of legends. Resplendent light flowed about, and a supreme aura seeped out. Scram! The great Peng Emperor shouted. His disheveled golden hair stood on end, and even his eyes were wide open. He definitely couldn't let Yi Fan escape because he had truly seen how terrifying he was. This was an anomaly. He hadn't become an emperor yet, but he definitely had the strength to kill flawless emperors. Scram! Yi Fan also roared. It was only a single word, but his aura became even more berserk. At this moment, he circulated the secret art of all. His entire body became sparkling and translucent like divine gold. Even the flow of his blood could be seen clearly. Boom! This tyrannical punch was matchless and unparalleled. It was the most powerful attack he had ever unleashed since he was born. It was unknown if he could ever reach such a level again in this lifetime. Kacha! The golden whip immediately exploded inch by inch, turning into the most terrifying golden fragments. They rolled back, and many of the fragments pierced into the great Peng Emperor's sturdy body. Blood splashed high into the air. This punch shocked everyone. Yi Fan directly destroyed an Emperor Dao weapon. Such might was rarely seen since ancient times. Only a limited number of people could be so ferocious. It was just a single strike. One had to know that the great Peng Emperor was a weapon forged from Dao Tribulation gold. It was shaped like a divine sword and had 28 sections. It was inscribed with the most terrifying Dao patterns in the world, yet it was destroyed just like that. Roar! Yi Fan's roar shook the world. He rushed out from the #1 killing formation since ancient times. His entire body was freed. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his gaze was as cold as a blade. I already told you what a golden era is. Now, you all are still unrepentant. Just let the curtains fall and wither away. This roar spread throughout the universe, shaking all the races in the myriad realms. Everyone's hearts were pounding. They knew that the Saint Physique Yi Fan definitely had the upper hand. He was truly unrivaled. Yi Fan was like a deity as he broke free from the killing formation. He pressed forward step by step, wanting to fight the great Peng Emperor. This kind of unrivaled might caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. Kill him. The four supreme beings all advanced to their limits. They roared and charged over together. Originally, they didn't need to exhaust their essence blood like this because the numinous treasure celestial beings' killing formation was enough. But now they had been forced to this step. They could only fight to the death. Kill. The monkey, the human devil, and the young madman were all sharper than the last. They naturally couldn't let Yi Fan fight alone. They all charged forward. Chi. With a shake of his hand, Yi Fan passed the immortal flame formed from runes to Yi Tong. He had his eldest disciple use it as a weapon because it was too compatible with his supreme young divine body. Walala. With another shake of his hand, Yi Fan passed the immortal treasure map to Xianxia. This disciple was brave and fierce, but his defense was lacking. This map was perfect for battle. As for the monkey and the human devil, they both had peerless weapons in their hands, so there was no need to worry. As for the old madman, he wasn't empty-handed either. The first immortal sword that had been seized flickered with bloody light. It had been refined by everyone's joint efforts and was already in his hands. This group of ferocious people charged forward with astonishing momentum. They weren't any weaker than those on the other side. This immediately caused a commotion. As for Komatsu, he walked around the great formation. He was ethereal like an immortal and was different from others. He could practically move heaven and earth. At this time, he was actually summoning the formation diagram to obtain it. The four supreme beings were naturally astonished. They couldn't let him succeed, or else the situation would become extremely dangerous. They fought while activating the formation diagram to obstruct him. Divine light illuminated the heavens and sword energy rushed from past to present. The battle reached its climax. Another great battle that would be recorded in the history of divine wars erupted. It was now reaching its climax. Apart from them, there were others in the distance. Dao Yi blocked Huang Shudao, but the two of them only coldly confronted each other and didn't take action. I don't care about anything else. As long as there is darkness unrest, I can only take action. Zhang Byron said calmly. Even though he looked ordinary, his words were extremely imposing. This made the four supreme beings frown. This kind of neutral party had already made his position clear. This kind of decision was equivalent to opposing them. Ah! Yi Fan went berserk. His entire body was bathed in golden multicolored light like a golden war god. He faced the great Pang Emperor head-on, causing him to spit out large mouthfuls of blood as he was sent flying. Then, he attacked the corpse emperor, clashing repeatedly with this ancient sovereign who was known to have an immortal body. His fists drew blood and his palms pierced through the flesh. All traces of Dao were erased. Yi Fan's celestial emperor fist directly split apart the body that the corpse emperor was so proud of. In particular, the corpse emperor's 6 fingers had long since been broken. Blood splashed everywhere as the severed fingers flew into the air. Emperor's blood splattered everywhere. The heaven and earth became hazy and scarlet. It was an incomparably bitter scene. Yi Fan's hair was disheveled and there was blood splashing out from his body. However, he seemed to have entered a demonic state and didn't feel anything. There was only indifference as he slaughtered in all directions. At this moment, Yi Fan was unrivaled. He had entered a demonic state and went berserk. He slaughtered until his blood was boiling. He abandoned everything else and only had boundless battle intent. He was invincible. He charged at the very front like an arrowhead. The others followed at his left and right, catching up shoulder to shoulder as they fought a great battle against the supreme beings. Elder Immortal, Spirit Emperor, and the others were all dripping with blood. They suffered different types of injuries. They actually found it difficult to contend against these individuals and were a bit weaker in terms of aura. For them, this was simply a type of humiliation. When had the archaic emperors ever encountered such a battle? However, that divine body with disheveled hair was too terrifying. His blood energy was like a sea as if it was going to crush heaven and earth. It made them feel jealous and helpless. Ha ha ha. Heaven-reaching sect master's immortal execution killing formation is finally going to be in our hands. Easy, look good. Loud laughter sounded from the distance. Pang Bo arrived. His eyes were bright as he stared at the sword formation. The Black Emperor also came and was right beside him. His saliva flowed and almost drowned Pang Bo's feet. Immeasurable celestial being, this humble Taoist knows that this formation and I are fated to meet. A fat Taoist priest appeared. His face was flushed red. The wicked Taoist Duanda also arrived. No one dared to look down on him. It was because above his head was a heaven-devouring demonic jar that was rising and falling, releasing a terrifying aura. Upon closer inspection, he was a bit different. An incomparably mysterious imprint appeared between his brows. It was as if endless immortal tribulation was surging, as if a world was undergoing reincarnation. No one expected that his arrival would immediately affect the battle situation. He didn't take action, yet he made someone on the battlefield turn pale with fright. His body trembled intensely. "It's you, it's actually you!" The corpse emperor cried out loudly. There was actually a type of fear in his eyes. He directly rushed into the sky and left the battlefield. There was once someone whose true appearance he had never seen before. However, that imprint was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. Chapter 1779. That person's research on the seal of reincarnation was unprecedented and unmatched. He could be called the founder of this path, and he could completely control those of the corpse Tao. As long as you stepped onto the corpse Tao, even if you formed the seal of reincarnation and bid farewell to the past, you would still not be his match and would definitely be suppressed. It was even rumored that this person could control the seal of reincarnation. That was the greatest secret he had researched his entire life. The corpse emperor rushed into the sky. He didn't want to attack Duanda, but rather to escape from this place. He wanted to leave this vast battlefield at all costs. As a Grand Emperor Tao expert, he didn't want to be controlled by others. He was afraid that this person would advocate reincarnation and take him as a war slave. However, how could it be so easy when he was in the middle of a battle? Especially under Yi Fan's attacks, fleeing in fear was naturally accompanied by great danger. However, he was truly shocked. He roared, "Underworld Sovereign, he's back!" Everyone was stunned. Wasn't that the Underworld Emperor? This name was too ancient, and his origins were astonishing. He was the founder of the Underworld realm, the true founder of this path. It was rumored that he and the Emperor Sovereign were both teacher and friend, one of the most mysterious people since ancient times. Yi Fan was like a god of death. Cold lightning shot out from his eyes as he opened and closed them. He didn't stare blankly, instead cold and emotionless. He soared into the sky, operating the travel technique to the extreme. The river of time stopped for him. He arrived in the blink of an eye, a fist smashing forward. The fist power was matchless, penetrating the legendary battlefield. With a pu sound, the corpse emperor's back was pierced through, from front to back, dripping with blood. It was an extremely terrifying scene. He had lost his sense of propriety. Just now, he was terrified and only wanted to leave, but in the end, he suffered a fierce attack. At this moment, his eyes began to burn brightly, as if he had suddenly calmed down. He roared, "At worst, I'll cut myself again." "Ah!" He roared towards the sky. A pure white halo flew out from within his body. It was precisely the famous seal of reincarnation. It was incomparably holy, but he had actually abandoned it. He didn't fear Yi Fan, but rather the Underworld Emperor, fearing that he would control his life and death. Now that he was seriously injured, it seemed like he was throwing caution to the wind. Everyone was shocked. That reincarnation imprint was extremely terrifying, even more astonishing than an emperor artifact. With woo-woo strange sounds, it descended towards Yi Fan, about to trap him. It looked incomparably pure and holy, but it made people tremble in fear. It was as if they were facing the entire underworld, and there was an icy chill in their bones. The most terrifying thing was that its power was unparalleled. At this moment, divine power was about to enter Yi Fan's body, imprison him, and then destroy him. Yi Fan was fearless. He activated his avatar and locked down this space. His left hand formed a seal to control time while his right hand used the Celestial Emperor Fist to destroy everything in his way. Suddenly, Komatsu shouted, "Master, take my sword!" It had to be said that Komatsu's methods were exceptional. He plucked an immortal sword from the damaged first killing formation and passed it to Yi Fan. It flowed with hazy bloody radiance and boundless killing intent. Yi Fan was moved. His left hand withdrew the Celestial Emperor imprint, grabbing this sword and hacking forward. No one would have thought that when this sword encountered the reincarnation imprint, it would erupt with waves of scripture chanting. The expiation scripture's supreme profound mysteries were displayed without restraint. This left everyone stupefied. After that pure and holy reincarnation imprint descended, it was blocked by the blood-colored immortal sword. A terrifying gap was cut open and it was actually about to break apart. Specialized in restraining corpse calamity. At the same time, Yi Fan's celestial emperor fist, avatar, and other things all descended. Moreover, the sword shook once more. These methods appeared together, shattering the reincarnation imprint. It turned into pure and holy multicolored light and disappeared. There was a gloominess within the holiness. There was a corpse fiend within the multicolored light. This was a type of contradictory feeling. The corpse emperor screamed miserably. The instant he lost the reincarnation imprint, his essence energy flowed away. He was no longer worried about being controlled by the Netherworld Emperor. However, he had fallen into a terrifying situation. At this moment, he was definitely not as strong as before. He had lost his foundation. Chi! With just a single punch, Yi Fan pierced through the corpse emperor. After that, he waved the long sword in his hand, causing a scarlet multicolored light to rush into the heavens. The peerless immortal sword chopped off the corpse emperor's head. Pooh! The young madman arrived and punched out. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was incomparably tyrannical. The corpse emperor's head was smashed into meat paste, and his primordial spirit was destroyed. Xianxia also arrived. She picked up the corpse and tossed it to the human demon. Old man, this is your prey. It's crispy after being roasted. Pooh! The human demon didn't even look at it. He smashed down with his cudgel, turning the corpse into a bloody mist. A dignified emperor had died just like that. This was shocking. Everything had happened too suddenly. Everyone turned to look at Duanda. Was he the emperor of the underworld? Boundless celestial being, this humble Taoist was only passing by. Duanda felt a little guilty. He felt somewhat baffled, especially when the great rock emperor, the immortal matron, and the spirit emperor glared at him. He was afraid that they would suddenly attack him together. He wanted to slip away. Kill! Yi Fan didn't stop and continued to attack. Now wasn't the time to be distracted. Even if there was something strange, it wasn't the time to stop. He pounced towards the great rock emperor. The battle situation had been completely changed. The 3 paragons were now in a passive position. They felt very uneasy as they stared at the heartless Taoist in the air. If he really was the Netherworld Emperor, things would be troublesome. It could be said that Yi Fan and the others had the initiative and the upper hand. On the other side, the Komatsu's progress was also very smooth. He had picked up another immortal sword. Scarlet multicolored light danced in the air, overflowing with killing intent. Dang! The drawn-out sound of a bell resounded throughout the universe. A large golden bell descended from the sky. It was incomparably brilliant and drew out strands of Tao waves that spread towards the mythical battlefield. The golden crow the arch descended from the sky and joined the battle. He had also arrived and stood on the side of Yi Fan and the others, facing off against the immortal matron. In any case, this was a present age the arch. Any supreme from the forbidden region would be apprehensive of him. He was an expert on the same level as them. The most important thing was that his vitality was abundant and far surpassed theirs. There's no more suspense in this battle, right? Everyone thought so. Yi Fan's side occupied the absolute initiative and the outcome was already decided. Boom. However, terrifying fluctuations came from the Big Dipper's direction. A supreme being was about to appear with astonishing aura. This caused everyone to draw in a breath of cold air. Could it be that the most terrifying divine battle in history was about to occur? This battle cannot affect the other planets with life. Zhang Byron spoke. At the same time, a few more figures appeared. One of them was actually the Arch, someone that Zhang Byron had once regarded with great importance and apprehension. He was also staring at the Big Dipper, his aura surging. Are you really going to carry out a world-destroying battle? We'll accompany you to the end. The void split open, and another old monkey appeared. The victorious fighting Buddha had also arrived. It could be said that the lineup of the mythical battlefield was super powerful. Almost half of the strongest experts in the universe had come. Those who aren't afraid of death, come out and scram over here. I'll kill all of you. Duanda roared, shaking the universe. However, no matter how one looked at it, he seemed to be bluffing. He didn't manage to scare the others, but he himself was a little scared. He stood beside Pang Bo and the Black Empress, and one of his hands unconsciously pinched the large black dog's tail. Woof! The Black Empress turned around and bit. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura erupted. In the ancient desolate forbidden land of the Big Dipper Star region, the Great Empress awakened. She stood in the sky and looked down on the several forbidden regions. At this moment, the divine senses and auras of the other 4 forbidden regions were all blocked, and they couldn't sense them anymore. The most terrifying confrontation took place there. The Great Empress soared into the sky and faced the 4 forbidden regions alone. Her fine black hair danced in the wind as she looked down on the world. She possessed a truly supreme elegance and peerless beauty. Ha ha! The Great Rock Emperor laughed bitterly. He was fighting against Yi Fan, and he was laughing so hard that he was coughing up blood. He laughed so hard that tears were almost flowing out. He said, "I've waited for 10,000 years, and this is actually the ending. What a golden era! Are all the forbidden regions going to end just like this?" He laughed crazily, and his voice was hoarse as he said, "A golden era. Haha, I think this is going to be the most tragic era. Not only will the forbidden regions end, but you guys will also kill each other. So many outstanding talents. What did they wait for this era for? How pitiful. I can already see the scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood." The Great Rock Emperor roared sorrowfully as he fought with Yi Fan. On the other side, the Golden Crow the Arch was fighting fiercely against Senior Celestial. As for the Spirit Emperor, he was the most miserable. He was surrounded by the human demon, the monkey, the young crazy old man, and the others. His body was covered in blood, and he was about to die. Clang! Komatsu picked up the 4th immortal sword, but at this time, the formation diagram suddenly tore through the void and disappeared. This was an unforeseen event. Many people were shocked, and they didn't know why such a thing would happen. The most mysterious and terrifying killing formation diagram had left the mortal world once again. Yi Fan was cold and emotionless. The more he fought, the calmer he became. It was like a true celestial emperor had been revived, and he was invincible as he continuously attacked. Boom! He sent the Great Rock Emperor flying with a punch, and a large amount of blood splattered. Without waiting for the Great Rock Emperor to stabilize, he had already rushed over like a ghost and stomped down, shattering the Great Rock Emperor. And this strike also caused the entire mythical battlefield to be torn apart. The Great Rock Emperor roared angrily. He reformed his true body and turned into a golden great rock. With a flap of his wings, the stars in the universe collapsed, and his golden feathers shone resplendently. This battle was world-shaking, and it shook the river of time. It was extremely tragic, and it was lamentable that no matter how powerful the Great Rock Emperor was, he still fell under the feet of Yi Fan. Blood splattered as Yi Fan tore it apart. The massive Great Rock Emperor's body crushed the universe. The primordial spirit wanted to escape, but it couldn't avoid Yi Fan's unrivaled fist and was blasted apart. He was bathed in the Great Rock Emperor's blood. He was incomparably cold as he swept his gaze across the battlefield. He was like a demonic god, and his messy hair was stained with blood as he walked forward step by step. Boom! Yi Fan's leg swept out, sending Grandma Immortal, who was fighting against the Golden Crow the Arch, flying. She coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as she was heavily injured. Then, the Golden the Arch Bell descended, shaking her body into pieces. After that, Yi Fan didn't even turn his head and turned to another battlefield. With a loud roar, he struck out with his strongest attack. He transformed into a blazing bolt of lightning that tore through the sky and pierced through the Great Rock Emperor's body. Blood splattered 3,000 feet. Yi Tong, Xianxia, and the others' attacks arrived, drowning the Great Rock Emperor. The battlefield was silent. The 4 supreme beings had all been killed. Not a single one survived. Blood was everywhere, and the mythological battlefield was covered in scarlet. In the distant sky, those who hadn't attacked fell silent. Huang Shudao had already turned and left because he knew he wasn't Yi Fan's opponent. The others also sighed. Yi Fan was an anomaly. He hadn't become the Arch yet, but he already had the unparalleled elegance of killing a flawless Emperor Dao expert. He's a special one. He has the strongest saint physique in history. He might be able to become someone like Celestial the Arch Huang and Di Zun. At this moment, everyone clearly understood how powerful and terrifying he was. This battle has ended. Master, What are we going to do next? Xianxia asked excitedly. He was very excited because this was the first time he had participated in such a great battle. His blood was boiling. The battle hasn't ended yet, Yi Fan calmly said. He looked at the distant Big Dipper and said, since we've already taken action, we should flatten 1 or 2 forbidden areas. Chapter 1780. The mythical battlefield was torn apart. There had never been such a bitter battle like this before. So many experts participated in the battle, yet 4 great supreme beings died at once. Blood was everywhere, and the corpses of supreme beings lay in disarray. Yi Fan was cold and tyrannical. He towered in the heavens, overlooking the endless heavens. His head of black hair danced about chaotically. He was like an unrivaled demonic god that looked down on the world. This battle was extremely bitter. He personally killed supreme beings. He was powerful to the extreme, leaving behind an unerasable impression on every expert here. Forget about everything else. Just him alone was enough to threaten the existence of the restricted region. There had never been so many unrivaled geniuses who appeared at the same time, yet he still shone with resplendent radiance. He was an anomaly, the most powerful divine body in history. This battle was extremely bitter. The previous archaic emperors shed blood, but it ended in a depressing manner. Yi Fan was cold, but he wasn't emotionless. This battle only happened because their standpoints were different. Otherwise, why would he unleash such a massacre? The scene was extremely quiet. No one said anything. Many people were moved. After all, those were archaic emperors. Every single one of them had an extremely glorious past, suppressing the cosmos and intimidating the 9 heavens 10 earths. They were unrivaled in the heavens above and earth below. Every single one of them was outstanding. They were young, hot-blooded, and protected all life. Their radiance illuminated past, present, and future, and no one under the heavens could contend against them. However, they still passed away in the end. They staggered through the years, struggling on the path of longevity, but in the end, they changed, ending their lives in decline. If one seriously thought about it, every single one of them was extremely lamentable. They were so resplendent in the past, passing through the sea of blood on the path of emperors, becoming one of the most powerful individuals since the ancient times. However, in the end, they still ended up like this. Time is like a blade cutting down heavenly geniuses. The path of longevity is enchanting. This is the opening scene of Blood and Bones, a sorrowful painting. Yi Fan sighed softly. When these words were spoken, everyone was moved. The decline of emperors was a modeled painting dyed in blood. How much bitterness, how much suffering, how much glory, all of it was buried under this sigh. The army marched forward. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he led the troops toward the Big Dipper Star region. They were really on their way to the forbidden land of peace. Everyone was shocked. Just how bold was this? Since ancient times, there had never been such a crazy person. He wanted to end the legend of the restricted region, uproot the ancient taboo land. Kill! The large black dog barked madly. Ever since he had been forced to leave the Big Dipper galaxy, he had only returned once or twice, and there had always been a knot in his heart. In this life, the only thing I can do is fight and settle all of the troubles of the later generations. The roar shook the heavens. The lineup of the celestial court was truly powerful. It was comparable to the mythological era, where all kinds of experts coexisted. Now they had gathered together to attack the Big Dipper Star region, wanting to enter the forbidden zone of life. Along the way, the various races of the universe all trembled. Just how terrifying of a great army was this? Since ancient times, who dared to do this? The 7 great life-restricted regions were like aloof and remote deities that needed people to offer sacrifices and worship. Who dared disrespect them? Who could conquer them? The entire world was in an uproar. At this moment, everyone was nervous and afraid. There was anticipation and fear as they watched Yi Fan and the others. He really is a variable. In this era, perhaps the most powerful person in history will emerge. The Big Dipper Emperor's aura surged, and a murderous aura spread throughout the ages. Above the forbidden zone of life, there was a bronze celestial palace. Auspicious chi curled around it, and celestial light cascaded down. A woman of unmatched beauty stood there. The large hole in the bronze palace had long since been repaired and refined. Meanwhile, the ancient origin mine, high heavens, celestial mausoleum, and divine ruins, the 4 great forbidden regions, also released powerful auras, forming a terrifying confrontation. Xianxia and the others were shocked. The female empress was proud and aloof, and she was ready to unleash a strike at any moment. Her body transcended the mortal world, and there was actually an aura of immortality. Her appearance couldn't be seen, her immortal appearance couldn't be seen, but at this moment, Duanda, who came with the troop, couldn't help but shiver. It was because above his head, that heaven-devouring evil jar was shining on its own, flowing with life energy. The Black Emperor and the heartless Taoist exchanged a glance, and then quickly shifted their gazes away. They tightly shut their mouths, not saying a single word. Saint Physique Fan, you are too overbearing. You are bullying others intolerably. A loud shout transmitted over. It's not that I am bullying others, but rather that you all don't know how to restrain yourselves. This cosmos isn't your breeding ground. In this great golden era, you all can no longer do as you please. Yi Fan shouted. He was extremely dignified, as if a celestial emperor had descended into the lower realm. Even Yi Tong, Yang Shi, and the other disciples felt a terrifying pressure when they faced him. Not to mention the others, all the supreme experts who followed the Big Dipper and paid close attention to this great commotion sighed inwardly. Yi Fan's great power had already been established, and no one under the heavens could stop him. When we were protecting this cosmos as emperors, your ancestors were still prostrating and praying beneath our feet. Yet now you want to rebel? Another voice rebuked angrily. I respect your first era. During your dying years, the dark upheavals of the past have devoured countless creatures, making the heaven and earth grieve for you all. Yi Fan's expression was calm, but his voice was cold. He thought of GZ, Gai Joyo, and the white-clothed divine king. Every time he thought of them, he would feel a type of pain and regret. He said, after experiencing the world dyed in blood, I once swore that I would be able to flatten the forbidden regions in my lifetime, and that there would no longer be any dark upheavals. Arrogant. The great emperors of the previous generations have already established a solid foundation. How many supreme beings are left? In this lifetime, I will fight to the end for the sake of flattening the forbidden regions of life. Yi Fan's voice shook the great cosmos. This kind of oath was both shocking and exciting. At this moment, his voice echoed throughout the great star regions. The unrivaled will and the will of the heavens were in harmony, causing the great cosmos to rumble and tremble for him. Kill. Yi Fan took action. The life-restricted region he chose was the Divine Ruins. Historical remains were everywhere here, with the remains of the celestial court from the legendary era. There were towers and palaces, some buildings engraved with formation patterns personally engraved by emperors. Back then, ancient heaven broke apart, splitting apart in the divine war. Many divine lands fell into the 8 wastelands of the cosmos, and this was one of the most important places. Heaven and earth trembled. Yi Fan's large hand reached out, forcibly uprooting the divine ruins, placing it into the great cosmos stellar river. This was simply matchless divine might, ignoring the supreme beings inside, forcefully uprooting mountains and rivers, digging up this place, shaking heaven and earth. The people inside took action, but they couldn't change this reality, unable to stop everything. They reached out a large hand, smashing over murderously, but in the end, it was blasted back by Yi Fan. Kill. The monkey shouted loudly. He held the immortal iron rod. His expression bold and powerful, all of the golden fur on his body standing on end. He was the first to slaughter his way in, because this place had his race's immortal peach tree. This immortal medicine wandered about aimlessly, ultimately seized by the people of the divine ruins. Now, he was going to get it back. At the same time, the victorious fighting Buddha also took action. Even though he was already extremely old, right now, he was just as valiant and domineering. A divine ape fist smashed down, shocking heaven and earth. For the sake of flattening the restricted region, no one would hold back. The young man, old lunatic, Komatsu, and the others all slaughtered their way over, entering the divine ruins, using their most powerful methods to attack. A figure rushed out, shattering a giant immortal source block in the sky, directly ascending to the extreme, forced to fight a great battle here. He shouted loudly, "Dao friends, if you all aren't going to take action, then when are you all going to wait? Could it be that you really are going to wait for him to break you all down one by one?" He was actually the only one left in the divine ruins, exceeding everyone's expectations. However, in Yi Fan's deductions, this was also the reason why he chose this place as the first battlefield. At this moment, the energy of heaven and earth became chaotic. Origin ancient mine, immortal tomb, and high heavens all trembled intensely. Several powerful auras rushed into the heavens, someone about to emerge. However, a great Wonglong noise sounded. A giant bronze immortal palace flew up, illuminating the past, present, and future, immediately separating the divine ruins from the outside world. Immortal artifact. At this moment, people in Origin ancient mine, high heavens, and immortal tomb all cried out in alarm, staring at the bronze immortal palace in disbelief. An exceptionally beautiful empress stood on top. A true immortal artifact. These words made everyone tremble. The three great restricted regions immediately became quiet. They immediately thought of many things. This time, I will only destroy the divine ruins. Yi Fan shouted loudly. The human heart was always like this. The three great restricted regions hesitated for a moment, as if they were weighing their options. It was because the price of appearing in the world was too great. Yi Fan decisively took action. He was like a dragon leopard, vigorous and swift, crossing through the air, joining the battle. He stepped down from above, domineering heaven and earth, no one able to stop him. He forcibly shattered all of the formation patterns in heaven and earth, stepping on the divine ruined supreme being's fist that smashed towards the sky. The two collided, as if heaven and earth were at peace. At first, an auspicious aura shocked the heavens, but immediately afterwards, bloody light splashed in all directions. Yi Fan and him both used all of their strength, condensing over 1,000 moves into the most powerful strike. Pooh! In the end, the divine ruined supreme being's fist exploded, badly mangled. He staggered backwards. Kill! Yi Fan released a great roar, taking action again. The two were like divine dragons attacking each other, colliding intensely. Blood splashed out from time to time, dyeing the universe's blue skies red. In the end, a loud sound rang out. Yi Fan's palm sent him flying, and then the killing sword of the numinous treasure celestial being swept out. Bloody light pervaded millions and millions of li, cutting him in half at the waist. Now, he no longer took action. He rose into the air, arriving beside the bronze immortal palace, facing the three great restricted regions together with the empress, silently confronting them. In the back, the monkey, human demon, and the others took action together, drowning out the heavily injured divine ruined supreme being. This was especially the case when the golden crow great emperor's divine bell descended. With a dang sound, cracks appeared on his broken body once again. This battle came to an end. The last supreme being of the divine ruins was killed. The great universe rumbled, his Tao scattering, his spirit turning into ashes. The entire world was shocked. Another supreme being finished his life. The first half of his life was glorious, the second half was sinister, accompanied by a pitiful struggle. In the final moment, there was only desolation and that shocking smear of blood. Time is like a blade, cutting down heavenly geniuses. Yi Fan said softly, looking at the Origin ancient mine, immortal mausoleum, and the last few great restricted regions. The glorious opening, the blood-dyed scroll, and the miserable conclusion made the unmatched emperors in the restricted regions fall silent. There were too many emotions in their hearts. They thought of many things. They had once been revered by all clans, previously matchless and unparalleled, once proud and unyielding, but now what was left of them? Was time truly like a blade cutting down heavenly geniuses? Yi Fan saw the beautiful figure on top of the bronze immortal palace. This empress seemed to have transcended, standing out from the masses. Chapter 1781. The atmosphere in Big Dipper was very tense. This was a confrontation between great emperors, and a storm could break out at any moment. It was so oppressive that it was suffocating. A cold snort sounded. In the end, no one from the three great restricted regions appeared. The divine ruins had already become a thing of the past. At that time, they didn't have time to take action, and now there was no need for them to do so. The great battle had ended, and the ruins of God had been flattened. From then on, it had become a thing of the past. The gods in this forbidden area could no longer appear in the world. Yi Fan turned around and looked at the beautiful figure on top of the bronze immortal palace. Great waves rose and fell in his heart. How could he not know who this was now? Emperor Ruthless, the most talented person since ancient times. She wore white clothes, quiet and aloof, that type of temperament impossible to find in this world. When she was quiet, she was like a virgin, but once she became fierce, even the great cosmos would tremble. After more than 200,000 years passed, she was still as magnificent as before, the passage of time not leaving behind the slightest trace on her body. Her current state was shocking. Not even the supreme beings in the restricted regions aware of this. This was a path of transformation that shocked even immortals. From the demon body to the divine core, her life was filled with legends. Even now, there were still many things that were unknown to others. She was glorious to the extreme. Since ancient times, how many people dared to call themselves celestial emperors? She was one of them. Too many legends, left behind too many unsolved mysteries for future generations. She was as agile as an immortal. She floated into the bronze immortal palace and disappeared. The entire ancient palace sank into the ancient restricted region. All the gods had been killed, and there were no more ruins of God. The people from the celestial court entered this restricted area and cleared away the dangerous formation patterns here. They were going to move it away and turn it into another courtyard of the celestial court. This would be the most glorious spoils of war. This ancient tree wasn't all that tall. It had grown for endless years, yet it was only 1 or 2 meters tall. This left everyone astonished. This was the ancient peach tree of immortality, a true immortal herb. It wasn't as tall as the impure tree in the Jade Lake. The old tree bark split apart like dragon scales. Even though it wasn't tall and sturdy, it was bold and powerful enough, displaying an ancient aura. How many years has it been? I didn't expect to see my clan's precious medicine again. The victorious fighting Buddha said softly. His expression was absent-minded as he thought of his father and older brothers. He thought of the past. Time truly passed by like smoke. The monkey also didn't move for a very long time. There were too many emotions in its heart when facing this tree. The end of this battle shocked the universe. The ruins of God were removed, and an even larger courtyard appeared in the celestial court. An old peach tree was planted in it, and there were often children running around there. After this battle, the world was greatly shaken. The celestial court's divine might was vast and mighty, spreading to all realms. No one could contend against it. Who could match such a glorious battle record? Yi Fan's name shook the universe, and he was called the uncrowned emperor. There had only ever been a generation like this where someone could sweep through the restricted regions and even flatten the sea of reincarnation, Undying Mountain, and the ruins of God. Their achievements were destined to be recorded in the annals of history, no one able to erase them. The world was in an uproar, only calming down after several decades. Everyone sensed that an unprecedented golden age had arrived, one that was different from the past. Yes, even the supreme masters could not threaten the human world. As the sacred physique Yi Fan said, even a dragon had to coil up and a tiger had to lie down. This was a period of glory. A large number of geniuses emerged from all clans, making this great world appear even more resplendent. Heroes emerged in large numbers, and experts were as common as trees in a forest. However, the celestial court still stood alone, incomparable. There were several experts who could fight against supreme beings overseeing this place. Who could compare to them? Their next generation was similarly stunning as well, establishing a brilliant reputation in the various star domains. They flourished and flourished, making everyone sigh in admiration. Several decades passed in the blink of an eye. The celestial court flourished day by day, having several supreme beings in one clan. This was something only the legendary era could compare to, establishing an undying legend. Even though not a single one of them became an emperor, not a true unmatched emperor Dao expert, every single member of the celestial court firmly believed that they would definitely create history, with several emperors existing side by side. Now that they thought about the grand battle diagram Yi Fan drew, it actually became real. It was simply like a dream. Conquering the life-restricted regions was no longer just empty talk. There were still restricted region children in this world, but now, they were so low profile that they almost disappeared. No one dared to stir up trouble anymore. On the contrary, during these years, many of the younger generation of the celestial court, such as Li Tian's great-grandson, Dong Fengye's fourth grandson, Li Heishui's descendant, and others all rushed towards Big Dipper without any fear. These people followed the footsteps of their seniors. A large number of disciples of the celestial court wanted to walk the path that Yi Fan and the others had walked, wanting to personally experience that type of Tao comprehension. Just like that, Big Dipper suddenly became incomparably prosperous. Heroes of the ancient paths all headed over, mainly driven by a large number of the younger generation heroes of the celestial court. A storm was brewing here. There were the descendants of the supreme deities, Yin Tianda's descendants, and the Fire Qilan's children. In the blink of an eye, another generation of heroes flourished. During this process, the paths that Yifan walked, such as the Eastern Wasteland, the Divine City Remains, and others, all became places where people stopped. It was to the extent where gambling once again became popular. Bits and pieces of the mining sect, the establishment of the Celestial Court, all of them were excavated by others. What left everyone the most speechless was that there were people who actually hurried outside Immortal Tomb. There were also people who gazed at Origin Ancient Mine, moving around it. There were restricted region children who came out in anger, but they didn't dare unleash a great slaughter. It was because among these younger generation, not only were there heroes from great star systems, there were also direct descendants of the Celestial Court. They were scared of provoking a great war. Once the Celestial Court slaughtered their way over, that would be a great disaster. Even their fathers felt restraining fear towards that terrifying divine body. When news got out, the older generation figures were all speechless. This was simply a bit inconceivable. When had this type of thing ever happened? The restricted region actually had such misgivings, actually understanding how to be flexible. This was completely different from their past style. One has to understand that in the past, once someone disturbed them, they would inevitably die without a burial ground. They had always been executed no matter how far away they were. However now, the restricted regions were doing everything they could to avoid conflict. There was only one reason, and that was that they were scared of Yifan slaughtering his way over, not wishing for a great battle to happen. What kind of power was this? Everyone couldn't help but release a long sigh. In the battle of the past, Yifan slaughtered out a brilliant name, even the restricted region lord feeling worry, not willing to lightly start a war. Everyone almost developed a type of illusion. Who exactly was the restricted region's supreme being? The current situation was too different, completely different from the past. Of course, there would occasionally be conflicts. That day, Li Tian's great-grandson returned to the Celestial Court covered in blood, asking for reinforcements. "Grandfather, hurry and set out. Our people have been captured into Immortal Tomb. There are restricted region descendants who want to unleash a massacre." "What? Order the generals. Slaughter our way to their door." Li Tian erupted with anger. The first person he sought out was Yi Tong. That was his good disciple, someone he was extremely proud of. Then, the warmongering Xianxia heard the news and hurried over, conveniently dragging the human devil along, telling him to go hunting. When the Celestial Court's army arrived majestically, the Big Dipper shook and the four poles of heaven and earth trembled. Everyone was shocked. How many years had it been? Could it be that a great battle was about to break out again? Xianxia and the others arrived outside the Immortal Tomb, seemingly ready to charge in. If not for Yi Tong's steadiness, perhaps the other two warmongering maniacs would have already killed their way in. For so many years, the world had respected the Celestial Court, but the restricted region actually stirred up trouble again. Naturally, it incurred the wrath of the masses. The Immortal Tomb reacted very quickly. An old servant appeared, and after seeing the group, his expression changed greatly. Then, he quickly revealed a smile and said in an extremely courteous manner, "Everyone, I believe this is a misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding?" "Release our children," Li Tian shouted. In the end, the disciples of the Celestial Court were all released, and the person who had attacked was also escorted out and reprimanded by the old servant. When this result spread to the outside world, it caused a huge uproar. The restricted region actually took the initiative to lower their heads. This was truly a rare sight. At this moment, everyone knew that the Celestial Court was no longer able to contend against them. It could be described with a single phrase: a sovereign descending upon the world. After this incident, the Celestial Court's prestige was unparalleled for a period of time. It was comparable to the ancient heaven at the end of the Legend era. Their grandeur was too strong, and they were unrivaled under the heavens. Even the restricted region was unwilling to provoke them. In the following years, the human devil and Xianxia moved out to search for the whereabouts of a few people. They were all children of the restricted region who had wandered outside. There were people from the high heavens, And there were also people from the destroyed restricted regions like the Undying Mountain. Back then, when Yi Fan was in seclusion for 100 years, these children of the restricted region went on a killing spree, causing the Celestial Court to lose a few major combat divisions. Some of these people hid in the restricted regions, but those who wandered outside became the targets of their pursuit. In just a few decades, almost all the people who had massacred the troops of the Celestial Court had been killed one after another. This caused people to tremble, and the cultivators of the world were both excited and terrified. To the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals who had experienced that calamity, this was the best news. It made them excited, and they felt that the Celestial Court's grand battle plan was unfolding. The Celestial Court was truly too powerful. Now, this colossus was unshakable. The only consolation for the cultivators was that they had never bullied the weak, and their goal had always been to flatten the restricted regions. Boom! On this day, a huge fluctuation suddenly came from the mythical battlefield. No one knew what had happened, and no one dared to investigate. Later on, some people finally went there, but they found nothing. The battle had long since ended. Even after several years, no one knew who had fought there. In the Undying Mountain, Yi Fan sat cross-legged. It had been 100 years since the ruins of God had been flattened, and he had spent most of his time comprehending the Tao with his eyes closed. Master, what do you think of the Golden Crow the Arch? I feel that he might become a source of trouble. Although he helped us in the battle 100 years ago, the timing he chose was too. It was just icing on the cake, Hua Hua said. It's fine. He will never become a source of trouble, and he will be the Arch with peace of mind, Yi Fan said. Not only Hua Hua, but the others also felt the same. The Golden Crow the Arch was hard to guess. They always felt that this person looked righteous, but he was also a little deep. Why do you say that? Hua Hua didn't understand. Yi Fan picked up a golden feather and said, as long as I'm strong enough, he will never become a source of trouble. He will be the Golden Crow the Arch with peace of mind, and his name will be left in history. Every time we pacify the restricted regions, he will have some credit. Hua Hua didn't understand, but when she stared at the golden feather, she gradually revealed a shocked expression. This is the divine feather of the Golden Crow the Arch. In that case, the battle a few years ago was between Master and him? Yi Fan smiled and didn't say anything. The news finally spread. A few years ago, Yi Fan had a spar with the Golden Crow the Arch. In the end, the demon the Arch returned in defeat. He wasn't a match for Yi Fan. The universe was in an uproar. This made people's hearts jump. Although everyone knew that Yi Fan was strong enough, he once again proved his invincible might, which shocked many people. The current the Arch had been defeated. There had never been a generation like this one. During the peak of the Thearch's life, he had never been defeated. This was an unbreakable realm. In the same generation as the Arch who had just achieved the Tao, even the greatest prodigy could only be gloomy. However, it was different in this life. Yi Fan hadn't become the Arch, but he had suppressed the Arch, creating an unprecedented miracle. Although people already had a premonition that he had already displayed enough divine might in the restricted regions, it was still very frightening now that it was confirmed. It showed that his divine might was unparalleled.